जी ध्यान रखिए मैं जॉइन मैं ऑन नहीं कले अन्य माने ऑन कर पारबा के कोन बैनरटा ऑन कर एठी हमको एडमिट करो We are on YouTube live. Sir, link का दे दीजिए YouTube पे। हमारे क्रॉस करेंगे ने हमारी YouTube लिंक का दे दीजिए।
अच्छा।
देखने आसलो तो। यार मुझे सारे आज देखो।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते। Are you Professor Mahanti?
Yes sir.
Oh, sir, fine.
Sir.
Okay. Shortly our Vice Chancellor will be joining.
Yes,
and
yes.
the British Council Chairman.
morning, everybody.
अच्छा मेरा
Good morning, Professor Mohanty.
Yes,
Good morning,
sir.
sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Registrar, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग
सर
सर नमस्कार सर
सर नमस्कार नमस्कार सर
नमस्कार
मेरा बंद कर दीजिए
Good morning, sir.
Sir, sir, namaskar, sir.
मॉर्निंग जी
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
हाँ गुड मॉर्निंग जी गुड मॉर्निंग सर नमस्कार सर नमस्कार
सर नमस्कार सर नमस्कार सर
सर नमस्कार सर नमस्कार सर
Good morning,
थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ
Professor
यू
Sahu.
फॉर ज्वाइनिंग
କେନ୍ ଶାଶ୍ୱତୀ ବୋଲେ କାହିଁ ଶୁଣି ନି ପାରବା ସେ କେନ୍ ଶାଶ୍ୱତୀ ମାନେ କାଣା
The plastic
Sir, join करेंगे। हाँ, तमलीग पठाई छी।
Sir, पहले.
हाँ, हाँ, सर। हेलो। हाँ, हाँ,
Sir, नमस्कार.
Good morning, Sanjay sir.
Morning.
Okay, good morning to all. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay.
yes, yes,
Okay. Hello? Hello? Is it audible?
It's audible. It is audible. You can start.
So, let us start our seminar program. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Mittal, esteemed Registrar, Dr. Nobel Sahu, esteemed Chairman, Professor Sanjat Kumar Sahu, all my esteemed speakers, invited speakers, Head of the Department, School of Chemistry, Organized Secretary, Dr. P.K. Sahu, my dear colleagues, invited guests, research scholars, and my dear students assembled on the virtual platform for the Nobel Prize seminar today. At the outset, I welcome you all to this Nobel Prize seminar organized by School of Chemistry today. It is an academic event of School of Chemistry which has been organizing since last 2.5 decades, and basically we inform, convey the Nobel awards of various fields to the teachers, students, to motivate them to do better works in future. So it is my privilege and pleasure to have our guest, chief guest, Professor Sanjay Mittal, our guest of honor, Professor Sanjat Kumar Sahu, and Dr. Nupara Sahu, Registrar of this university. It is my duty to introduce our guest present on this virtual platform. Our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Mittal, needs no introduction. However, there are some speakers and new participants which I would like to introduce shortly to Professor Sanjay Mittal, our beloved Vice Chancellor. Sanjay Mittal has 40 years teaching and research and administrative experience. He has brilliant academic career. He bagged gold medal both in undergraduate and postgraduate studies. After serving MD University, Rohtak and Rukmini Devi Institute of Advanced Studies, Delhi as professor. He joined Guru Gobind Singh University, Indraprastha University as professor in management studies. He served there as the Dean of School of Management Studies and also as a coordinator of entrepreneurship development created by AICTE. He guided successfully 11 scholars, PhD scholars, and published more than 120 papers. His expert in entrepreneurship development program, management development program, and export-import procedures and documentation. He widely traveled overseas countries like US, Europe, South Africa, Denmark, Sweden, Singapore, and many. He was the member of the panel National Board of Accreditation MBA and National Assessment of Accreditation Council NAC. So after he joining as Vice Chancellor on 25th January, he appears to be very vibrant and proactive Vice Chancellor for the university. He promises to make this university visible in the state and national level. So I think his untiring effort will definitely reach this university to a greater height and the global level. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence in our seminar and your motivation and inspiration will definitely make us prompt to progress in every aspect in the academic field of Sambalpur University. Once again, I welcome you, sir, to the seminar. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our registrar, Nukraj Sahu. He did his MA in English from Utkal University and PhD in Odia from Sambalpur University. He got Odisha Administrative Service in 1992, and then after he served Government of Odisha in different capacities such as Sub-Collector, Deputy Secretary, Joint Secretary, etc. Also, he served as Joint Administrator of KBK District. After promotion to the rank of Additional Secretary, he was posted as a Registrar Sambalpur University. He is not only a good administrator, but also a good writer and orator. To his credit, he has published 4 books. He is the lover of book and nature, and therefore he is fond of reading and gardening. He visited Vietnam, Indonesia on community development issues. He is a good administrator and above all, believes in humanity. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. Once again, I welcome you to this Nobel Prize seminar. It is my pleasure to introduce my Dean and present Chairman, Professor Sanjay Kumar Sahu. He is working as President at the head of the Department, Environmental Sciences and Chairman of the Council, Sambalpur University. He did his MSc, PhD, MSc, MPhil and PhD in life science from Sambalpur University. Joined as lecturer in this Department of Science in the year 1989, and subsequently was elected to the post of reader professor. He has 32 years of teaching experience and 37 years of research experience. He has successfully guided 17 PhD scholars, 70 MPhil scholars, and 40 MTech scholars. To his credit, he has authored 4 books and published 120 research papers in the journals of national and international repute. Professor Sahu is a life member of Environmental Research Academy, International, National Environmental Association, and many more. Is a member of editorial board of many journals such as Journal of Current Science, Pollution Research, Environmental Science, and Research Technology. Moreover, is a member of Project Evaluation Committee of DST, UGC, and MOEF. He is the former registered Sambalpur University and NAC accreditor due to his effort. Sambalpur was accredited with a grade. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. Once again, I welcome you to this conference seminar. So, with this, I welcome you and also my esteemed speakers to this Nobel Prize seminar. Now, may I request our head of the department, Dr. Amresh Mishra, to highlight the departmental activities.
Thank you, Professor Behra. And it is our privilege today to have amongst us our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Mittal, a chief guest of the seminar, Professor Sanjay Kumar Sahu, Chairman PG Council, and Dr. Nupra Sahu, Registrar, as guest of the honor for the inaugural function of Nobel Prize Seminar 2021. President Chemistry Seminar, Professor Ajay Kumar Behra, and Organizing Secretary, Dr. Prabhat Kumar Sahu. Our distinguished speakers of today's seminar, Professor N. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor, GM University, Dr. Ravinarayan Sahu, M. Bhubaneswar, Professor Shiv Shankar Mahanti, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, Professor Gopaneshwar Sahu, NIT Rourkela, and Professor Subrat Kumar Ponda, Central University, Rajasthan, and Professor S.R. Mahapatra, Sambalpur University. Dear colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to you all on this occasion of Nobel Prize Seminar 2021. For the last 25 years, since 1995, the School of Chemistry, Sambalpur University is organizing seminar on the work of Nobel Prize winner, and it is one of the best practice of the school as well as of the university every year. I would also like to express our gratitude to our esteemed speaker who have accepted our invitation to deliver the lecture. Sambalpur University, established in 1967 at Sambalpur and started its journey at the Tigar campus of Sambalpur district, Odisha since 1973. It occupies an important position in the academic scenario of state of Odisha as well as in India. The School of Chemistry, a pioneer department in teaching and research in chemistry in Sambalpur University, started functioning in Jyotigar campus since 1973. The school has enriched with funding of around 2.5 crore from DST and UGC under FIST and DRS program, respectively, and is boosted up with a highly qualified faculty members and dedicated support personnel. The school has carried out almost 20 major research projects of around 5 crore funded by various agencies like DST, ADC, CSIR, DRNS. The faculties are working in diverse fields of research, which includes surface chemistry, supramolecular chemistry, photochemistry, biophysical chemistry, organic synthesis, organic electronics, nanomaterial, and composites, organometallics, and catalysis. The school has also undertaken collaborative research work with the international and national reputed universities, industries, and research laboratories, and publishing every year research papers in various international academic journals. Every year, a large number of students qualified NET and GATE and pursuing their higher studies in various reputed institutions in India. With this short introduction, I also request, yes, this is one of the best practice of the school as well as the university, and I would request our chairman sir and vice chancellor sir to allocate some fund to organize this Nobel Prize seminar every year, since this is organizing for last 25 years, and we hope we will continue this effort to organize this every year. And with this, I sincerely hope you enjoy this talk today, and thank you for the participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Misra, for your nice introduction about the department. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to give his address.
Okay, thank you very much, and all my dear colleagues and my friends and dear participants, welcome to this seminar which has been decided on a topic, and which is a very important topic, that is the Nobel Prize, which has been there in the year 2021. And this seminar which is being organized today is definitely going to create a lot of awareness among all the participants for this Nobel Prize.
Sir, you're not audible.
I am audible. Yes, please. I am audible or not?
Sir, we are
Audible. Audible.
Yes,
Audible.
yes, audible, audible, sir.
Audible. Audible.
Okay. If I am audible, I can continue.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
Audible.
please. Audible. Okay. Okay. So, I welcome all of you. My registrar, the chairman, PG Council, HOD Chemistry, the organizing committee, all dear participants, the resource persons who have joined over here to organize this seminar and to make this seminar a success. I am quite happy that Department of Chemistry has taken this initiative to organize this wonderful seminar on a very wonderful topic, which is Nobel Prize, which has been there in the year 2021. Although we are organizing in 2022, but I think the idea behind organizing this seminar is that we should definitely pay our regards to all those people who have won the Nobel Prize in the year 2021. I think it has already been said by the HOD that this Department of Chemistry, Sambalpur University, is doing lot of work and getting lot of grants in terms of projects from different funding agencies. I am quite happy, and therefore, as a university, we can also think in terms of extending any further help that they require in order to strengthen this particular department. Now, friends, if we talk in terms of Nobel Prize, this was started through a Nobel Foundation that has been named after Alfred Nobel, who basically himself was an engineer, scientist, technician, and an entrepreneur. I think everybody knows Alfred Nobel invented the dynamite. And after that, basically, the Nobel Foundation, who was a Swedish person, and as a Swedish person, friends, this Alfred Nobel announced that whenever any good work is done to serve the mankind, that means any type of a work that can be done for a greatest benefit to the mankind, then in that case, this type of Nobel Prize has to be given, friends. Initially, this Nobel Prize was started in the 5 fields, which has already been identified by the seminar organizers today, which was in the field of medicine, psychology, physics, chemistry, literature, and economics. From 1969 onwards, these 5 fields were increased by one more, and that was in terms of the peace. So therefore, Nobel Prize is given, which are 6 separate prizes which are given. But I'm not very much sure, but as per my knowledge, I think 2021 only 2 Nobel Prizes were given. If I am correct, I think it was only 1 Nobel Prize that was given, and that was in the area of psychology and medicine, right? And I think it was from University of California. 2 scientists were there, from the University of California, US, and therefore they got these Nobel Prizes. So I think this Nobel Prize basically is not only a prestigious award that is given, but it is one of its own kind, friends. Why? Because this award that was started in 1901, 121 years before, carries a very important prize money. There is a gold medal, there is a citation in the form of a diploma, plus there is some type of a monetary award which is decided by the Nobel Foundation. And the prize money, if you try to look in for, is somewhere to the tune of 11 lakh US dollars. And 11 lakh US dollars, I think it is a sizable amount that is given to the person who wins this Nobel Prize. People have got Nobel Prizes in the area of economics, and we have some Indians also who have got these Nobel Prizes. And for that particular reason, I think this seminar that we are organizing today, and the type of the resource persons which I could see out over here who have been invited in order to deliver their viewpoint on the Nobel Prize series, they themselves are very respectable and renowned people. I am really thankful to Professor N. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor of GM University, who is going to speak on the topic of literature. Although it is a very important topic, but I think a person can only talk on literature provided he or she knows in depth about the literature. I could see all other people who have also been invited as speakers on this seminar. They themselves are galaxies in own self. I could see there is a person from NIT, Raurkela. We could see a person from Utkal University. We have from our own Department of Law. I could see another person from Central University of Rajasthan. Then we have another doctor from Department of Neurosurgery, AIMS Bhubaneswar. So I basically welcome all the resource persons. I basically congratulate Department of Chemistry for taking this initiative to organize this Nobel Prize seminar series. And I hope that this series is going to be continued by Department of Chemistry. But I think my urge will be satisfied, friends. I will have more satisfaction in my life as a Vice Chancellor of Sambalpur University. Moment I find that some of my scientists from my university also work so hard and do some type of a work which can be a greatest benefit to the mankind, and try to get a Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize basically is such a prestigious prize, friends, that creates lot of awareness over there in the whole world, friends. And for that particular reason, I am quite happy that we are trying to remember all those Nobel laureates who have brought laurels to their own field and laurels to their country to which they belong. And I hope that whatever deliberations are going to be held today, they are going to benefit all the participants who have joined out over here, and I will also basically look that the participants should not only be physically present, but they should be mentally alert, so that we are in a position to take benefit of all the resource persons who basically are going to talk in their own spheres. And with these few words, I wish success to Department of Chemistry and this seminar which is going to be organized today, with the hope that if possible some type of a report can be prepared on the deliberations which are going to be held today, so that this report we can send to different institutions and try to create awareness and the goodwill of Sambalpur University in the eyes of all the people who are there in the education sector, not only in the state of Odisha, but I look forward that we are in a position to create goodwill about Sambalpur University through Department of Chemistry throughout the country, and not only in the country, but to other countries of the world also. And I have seen that my sciences department, whether it is chemistry, physics, life sciences, or earth sciences, whatever are the sciences, what we are talking of, chemistry, physics, botany, zoology, biotechnology, they really are doing very good for Sambalpur University and trying to bring lot of laurels to Sambalpur University. And I hope that they are also going to basically motivate the humanities and the professional education that we are running in this university to at least come to their levels, so that overall as a university, we are in a position to have lot of name and fame. And when I joined this university, I heard that there were a lot of people who were world renowned. And when we talk in terms of Department of Mathematics, I think we have galaxy of people who basically are known in their own field. So I think I will not stand between you and the participants and the resource people, and wish you all the success, and hope that such seminars and such series of seminars are definitely going to be continued. This is not the only one. We are going to have many more seminars. And in future, whenever we'll be conducting seminars, I will be looking forward that students should also be invited, not only research scholars, so that students are also motivated, because according to me, students are the future of the country. So let us also try to invite our students, and maybe because of Corona, we can request our students to join online so that they can also benefit from the knowledge of the experts. So thank you very much for inviting me out over here, and wish you all the best for organizing this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational speech and the information about the institution of Nobel Prize. I would like to request you to give some funds for organization and publication of the proceedings of Nobel Prize seminar.
There will be no problem. Doctor, funds in university is not a problem. Don't undermine Sambalpur University. It is very rich in terms of academics and in terms of funds, right? Whenever any proposal come to me, at least from the departments, I always agree to those proposals, right? So don't feel constrained. If you come out with the proceedings, I will ensure it is published, and that too from a good publisher, right? These are my words to you. Thank you.
Okay,
Please continue. I will like to log out, and wish you all the success, and all the resource people. I am really thankful to them for coming out over here to share their knowledge. So kindly excuse me, I have another meeting which is lined up. So I will like to basically take all of your leave, and hope for success for this particular program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I welcome Dr. G.B. Behera, who is behind the institution of your Nobel Prize seminar in our department. Welcome you, sir, to this seminar. Now may I request Professor Sanjay Kumar Sahu, BG Council Chairman, to address.
Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Sanjay Mittal, Vice Chancellor of Sambalpur University, esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Nupala Sahu, Registrar of the Sambalpur University, President of this seminar program, Professor Ajay Kumar Behera, Convener Dr. Amresh Mishra, Organizing Secretary Dr. Prabhat Sahu, revered speakers of the day, retired professors of Chemistry Department, Professor G.B. Behera, Professor B.K. Mishra and others, teachers of our university as well as other universities, research scholars, students, invitees, as well as delegates. At the outset, I welcome one and all to this one-day Nobel Prize Seminar 2021 being conducted by the School of Chemistry. Right now, our chief guest has already told the background of awarding this Nobel Prize, and in this connection, let me tell you, you all know that this Nobel Prize is given after Alfred Bernhard Nobel, who was born on October 21st, 1833, in Stockholm, Sweden, and he died on December 10th, 1896, and 5 years after his death, on December 10th, 1901, this award has been started. Initially, it was started with physics, chemistry, medicine, literature, and peace. But later on, economics was also included. And we all know that Alfred Nobel is the inventor of dynamics and other high explosives. And he what he did, he gave all his assets and made a fund that is called Nobel Foundation Fund. And as per the rules and regulation of this Nobel Foundation Fund, the persons, those who are contributing substantially to the field of science, technology, or overall the welfare of the world, then that person is given away with the Nobel Prizes. And we all know this Nobel Prize was awarded since 1901, and by this time around 609 Nobel Prizes have been awarded to 975 Nobel laureates, and out of which 58 prizes were awarded to women till now. And for your information, the youngest Nobel laureate, that is at the age of 17, Malala, who got the Nobel Prize for Peace in the year 2014, and the oldest Nobel laureate, that was Arthur Estikin, at the age of 97, he got the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1947. So from this, we can very well know that age is not a factor, but the hard work, innovative work, that is most important, which will be highly helpful for the society. And this Nobel Prize seminar is conducted by the Department of Chemistry every year since 1995. And that's why they need congratulations also. And the main purpose of this Nobel Prize seminar is to disseminate the outstanding contribution of the Nobel laureates among the teachers, among the scholars, so that they will be inspired and they will do good work, which will be highly beneficial to the society. And as you know, in the year 2021, 13 persons have been awarded with the Nobel Prizes, 3 in physics, 2 in chemistry, 2 in medicine, 1 in literature, 2 in peace, and 3 in economics. And till today, 12 Indians have been awarded with Nobel Prizes, out of which 5 are Indian origin and other 7 are overseas citizens of Indian origin. And we know that the persons, those are Indian origin and have been resident of India, those who have been awarded with Nobel Prize, Rabindranath Tagore in literature, then Mother Teresa in peace, C.V. Raman in physics, Amrita Sen in economics, and in recently in 2014, Kailasa Satyarthi, he has also been awarded with the Nobel Prize. So this is a great motivation for the other workers to contribute substantially or to come with some innovation, innovative idea and invention, so that they will be in a stage to get the Nobel Prize in future. With this, once again, I welcome the President, Professor Ajay Kumar Behra, who has organized, and also the whole, all the teachers and scholars of the School of Chemistry, who have taken a lot of initiative to organize this program. With this, once again, I welcome you all, and I am also very much thankful to the President for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this program. I think this one-day seminar will be highly fruitful for all. Thank you.
Nice addressing and motivational speech. Now, may I request Dr. Nupura Sahu register to deliver his address.
Very good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sambalpur University, who has first left the platform. Honorable Vice Chancellor of GM University, Professor N. Nagaraju, who is luckily the eminent speaker of this day today for literature, whom I'm eagerly waiting to listen. Then the president of this organization, this seminar, Professor A.K. Behera, eminent speakers, PG Council chairman, other participants. I just express my gratitude and respect to Professor Gopabandhu Behera, the previous professor of this university, reputed professor, Professor B.K. Misra, who was also here, and all other participants who are there in this platform today. I welcome you all. My two previous speakers have already told you about the Nobel Prize and about the seminar today that this chemistry department is going to hold. I don't have much things to speak. It will be just a kind of repetitions. Still, because I've been entrusted with the responsibility, I must discharge my duty as the guest of honor. It is undoubtedly a pleasure this trip by the chemistry department of my university that they are conducting such seminars since last 25 years continuously. And this sort of seminar, this sort of organization will definitely disseminate excellent knowledge, especially the topic today is the winner of Nobel Prize 2021. Actually, every year when this sort of discussion goes on, we come to know little bit or something or the fundamental or the basic things about the Nobel laureates and their contributions to the society. So those who are learning, those who are studying, those who are pursuing academic activities, it is expected that all of us know basic things regarding the Nobel Prizes also. So anyway, we are going to be benefited definitely out of this seminar. All of you know regarding the foundation and how the Nobel Prize was just established, the reason behind it, how it came out and all that. Just let me tell here that Alfred Nobel, who was, as my earlier speakers have already told you, have already pointed out, that he was the inventor of dynamite. Dynamite, a very dangerous explosive. And out of dynamite transactions, business transactions, actually Alfred Nobel had earned a lot. He had gathered a lot of assets. One incident happened which changed his life, his career, his mentality, and his attitude. And and that specific incident caused the establishment, the foundation of the Nobel Prize. Once an obituary came out in the newspaper in Sweden, that obituary came, but Alfred Nobel was, though he was alive, an obituary was there in the newspaper that the dynamite king has died. That was the news, that was the obituary in the newspaper. And that particular incident came to the knowledge of Alfred Nobel, and he found, and he was shocked and surprised to know that he is regarded by the people as the dynamite king. So he had the introspection, he analyzed himself. Incidentally or coincidentally or accidentally, the obituary had come out in the newspaper. Anyway, this particular incident just reminded him of his personality, and he thought that whether, how, or in what way he is going to be remembered by the people in the world. So whether as a dynamite king or as somebody else with some other identity, he changed his attitude. He was determined, and he took the oath that he did not want to be remembered as the dynamite king. He wanted to be remembered as a good human being. And before his death in the year 1896, he had made a will that he would be contributing all his property, all his assets for the foundation of the Nobel Prize, which will be given for the greater causes of the society, for the people who will be contributing to the society in a large extent, in a large, greater extent for the benefit of mankind. So this was the way Nobel Prize was established, and till now, from 1901 till date, incessantly, continuously, Nobel Prize is being given in 6 fields, which we are talking of today. Friends, actually, Corona nowadays, the cruelty of Corona has some way distanced us in getting together. But I'm really thankful to the technology, the present technology, modern technology, which has helped us to get together and to get connected with each other. The cruelty of corona, the harshness of the corona has not been able to deter us or to debar us from getting together. And the technology has been able to cut our connections, and we are able to interact, though not physically, but in a virtual platform, in a virtual mode. My university has a lot of potentiality, no doubt. And my university has also very brilliant team of professors. As my vice chancellor earlier told you, that so far the science departments are concerned in this university, they are really doing tremendous, and their achievement is extra spectacular achievements they are making. So especially the science stream, we have very good reputations, and we have really a history of galaxy of professors in this university who had contributed to different fields in the society and who have earned very good name and reputation for this university. And we are the inheritors of those galaxy of reputed professors, and we have to contribute in the similar manner, in the proportionate manner, for the growth and progress of this university, so that we earn the reputation that we had in the past. Chemistry, you know that it comes from the word alchemy, and we expect that the people of chemistry department, the people who are concerned with the scientific aspects of life, will definitely bring an alchemic change in our university. Professors who have done excellence in different fields, and who have contributed in a beautiful manner, in a very respectable manner, to earn the reputations. We must maintain that. We must maintain that. I don't want to speak much more things here. Once again, I congratulate all of you who are organizing this seminar, and who are really have been beneficial, who have been really helpful to contribute to this university and to the participants and to the students. By knowing a lot many things, or basic things, or the fundamental things about the Nobel winners, we will also be definitely benefited. And I am really eagerly waiting to listen to all other eminent speakers who are today with us. And my gratitude goes to all of you who have been organizing this. And I expect that not only chemistry department, but other departments also will bring laurels to the university by publishing their research papers and conducting this sort of important seminars. Once again, I extend my thanks to all of you, and I congratulate you, and I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence and a motivational speech for this department. Now, I will take 2 to 3 minutes in my speech, speak a few words. The Nobel Prize seminar has been organized by School of Chemistry since more than 2.5 decades. The idea of organization of such type of seminar was conceptualized by Professor G.B. Behera, one of the founder members of the School of Chemistry, and the seminar came to force for the first time in the year 1995. We have been fascinated for organization of such type of seminar and made it an annual event of the school because of its unique kind of national level and the benefit that it extends to the students and teachers of the university. The school is publishing the proceeding of the seminar regularly. In fact, the proceeding, which contains a bunch of information, shared thoughts, and realization of Nobel laureates, will enthuse readers and serve as a precious orientation and informative source. This time, we are fortunate to have our invited speaker. They are Professor N. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor of GM University, Dr. Rabinaran Sahu, Professor and Head, Department of Neurology, AIMS, Bhubaneswar, Professor Shivshankar Mahanti, Department of Analytical and Applied Economics, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, Dr. Gokarneshwar Sahu, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, NIT Rourkela, Dr. Subrat Kumar Panda, Assistant Professor, Department of Atmospheric Science of School of Earth Science, Central University, Rajasthan, and Professor S.R. Mahapatra, Department of Law, to speak on literature, physiology or medicine, economics, chemistry, physics and peace respectively. I welcome them to this seminar and thank for their kind consent to deliver their lectures. I would like to thank HOD School of Chemistry, Dr. HOD School of Chemistry, Dr. P.K. Sahu, Secretary of the seminar, all my dear colleagues, research scholars for their constant cooperation to make this seminar a grand success. Once again, I wish you all Happy New Year. And after this, we'll start our technical session. And may I request now Professor P.K. Behera to introduce Professor A. Nagaraju. Professor A. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor of GM University, will deliver talk on literature.
Okay, thank you, Professor Behera. So, good morning to all. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor N. Nagaraju, who is going to deliver a talk on Nobel Prize winners' work on literature for the year 2021. Professor N. Nagaraju, Vice Chancellor, Gangadhar Mehar University, born in Gajapati district of Odisha. He had his higher education from Barampur and Utkal University. He got his doctoral degree with the support from American Studies Research Center in the area of post-war Jewish fiction. In a career spanning more than 3 decades, he taught at Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Adi Kavi Nanya University and Central University, Karnataka, apart from visiting assignment at other Indian universities. He has also visited several different countries for academic activities. His area of research include public sphere, Indian writing in English, and post-colonial literatures. He has also edited book on Arunachal culture and other on village studies, Native American literature. His current interests include tribal and ecological literatures. Professor Nagaraju has held various administrative positions such as head of the department, dean of academic advisor at different universities. He was also registered at Central University of Karnataka from 2014 to 2016. So with short introduction, on behalf of Sambalpur University and School of Chemistry, I welcome you, sir, to this seminar and request you to deliver your talk within 25 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your generous introduction. First of all, let me thank the organizers for thanking me for this seminar as one of the speakers. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sambalpur University, the Registrar of the University, PG Council Chairman, Department of Chemistry, the Head of the Department, and the Organizing Secretary, Prabhat Sahu. Thank you, thank you. So I think I'm very happy and glad that a seminar of this kind is being held in this part of the country, which usually enthuses both students and teachers alike. I have been following the Nobel Prize for Literature for the last 3 years, especially after Bob Dylan was given the Nobel Prize in 2019. There was a lot of controversy about prizes to the literature, particularly the writers. And this time, however, it went to a writer who wrote and created stories of our times from the life experiences of his own, writing a nothingness novel. I am using the word nothingness novel, which was used by Rushdie to describe a particular kind of narrative with which Abdul Razak Gurnah, the Nobel laureate of 2021, usually writes his novels. In Rushdie, in many ways, is complementing self. He brings into the austere narrative all those immediate concerns of our times, which many suffering sections would like to remember and be written, and other sections would like to obliterate in their domineering view or worldview. Childhood, lost homes, displacement, migration, and the predicament of being refugee and self-representation, all pressing and of our political post-colonial times, are movingly yet unsentimentally woven into the narratives of Abdul Raza Gurnah. Suffering and longing for an elusive and never achieved belonging, longing and belonging, which is a huge post-colonial theme, he explicitly deliberates in many of his works. Belonging, which is a major part of his experience and creative self, are the recurring motives of his impressive poem. The task of the novel as a Zara of times, as Richard Rorty so evocatingly alludes, is to create a solidarity which is a realized process of seeing other human beings as one of us and not one of them. Richard Rorty was an American philosopher who is part of a new pragmatism. And he says one of the problems of our times is we and them. And he says to overcome that problem, he proposes a new pragmatic philosophy as thinking or describing the unfamiliar people of unfamiliar communities as one of us and not them. That is one way of achieving solidarity. And that issue of solidarity is explicitly and elaborately dealt with Abdul Raza Gurnah in his novels. The Nobel Committee, after desultory and multicultural selection, unearthed a truly contemporary writer who ticks several relevant boxes. When I use the word several relevant boxes, I have in mind his background. He comes from Zanzibar, a small island off the coast of Tanzania in Indian Ocean, which has never seen limelight, which was never in any of the Western eyes, but which has large multi-ethnic communities. And like many countries in Africa, it has seen social upheaval. That is one. The second thing, he comes from East Africa. Africa as such is dark, is the so-called dark continent. And at the same time, within Africa, the East Africa is much more neglected. So he comes from that part of the continent. Second, he's a refugee who went through, in his own words, edge of hell kind of experience and settled in a nation of Europe, whose recent handling of Syrian and Afghan refugees raised mixed responses. The way Europe tried to demonize the refugees the recent refugees when they landed on European shores. The citation, the Nobel citation, states that his fiction explores uncompromising and compassionate penetration of the effects of colonialism and the fate of refugee in the gulf between cultures and continents. This is the Nobel citation, I think, which is rather very accurate in describing the works of Abdul Raza Gurnah. He was born in 1948 in an ethnic Arab community. And this Arab community was settled in Zanzibar like another community, that is Indian trading community, who along with Indians formed the multi-ethnic fabric of the land. Gurnah left Zanzibar in 1968 at the height of social upheaval, particularly by the indigenous communities. He produced an impressive body of more than 10 novels and other critical works like Cambridge Companion volume on Salman Rushdie and an advisory role on Wasafiri. I will just highlight the word Wasafiri. Wasafiri is a journal brought out by University of Kent, where Gurnah worked. And this journal, Wasafiri, you must know, it may be sounding a bit unfamiliar. Wasafiri is a Arab word for cultural traveler. And the University of Kent, some of these black writers, they chose this word to highlight the writings of black people, Asian, Caribbean, and African writers. So it comes from the word safari. Safari. I think most of us are, aware of the word safari. So wasafari is a kind of traveler across cultures. So he was on the advisory role, and they basically give voice to they give some kind of publicity to the writers of color, the colored writers. And here, maybe again, I would just quote one more example. Recently, The Guardian, one of the liberal newspapers of the UK, it prepared a list of colored writers from which Gurna was excluded. And it rose quite a bit of, furor, including Gurna's editor, Alexandria Pringle, saying that we have been publishing Gurna for the last 20 years. Still, a paper like Guardian has ignored it, despite the fact that he has been writing of the winds of politics, trade, love, and crime, which was sweeping people away from continent to continent. It's very unfortunate. See, when she said that, immediately after her allegation of neglect of Gurna, he was awarded Nobel Prize in a flash, or maybe in a day or two. He was all over the headlines, all over the world, the headlines flashed his name. Okay. His writing career started after a prolonged period of poverty and alienation, ugliness and pain, which he saw himself. Something needed to be said, he felt. So the motive for writing is this particular ugliness and pain he saw people inflicting on each other. Revisiting the childhood experience, which another Nobel laureate, Louis Glauc, famously said is the only standout and framing experience, and the lies and delusions with which we had comforted ourselves. He wrote his early work. But as he grew, his writing started expanding, and he started going beyond the immediate political concerns. And he sums up his writing in these following words, and I quote, "Writing is not about one thing, not about this issue or that, or this concern or another. And since its concern is human life in one way or another, sooner or later, cruelty and love and weakness become its subjects. I believe that writing also has to show what can be otherwise, what it is that the hard domineering eye cannot see, what makes people apparently small in stature feel assured in themselves, regardless of the disdain of others. So I found it necessary to write about that as well, and to do so truthfully, so that both the ugliness and the virtue come through, and the human being appears out of the simplification and stereotype," which is very, very important in his writings. When that works, a kind of beauty comes out of it. Gurna, focusing on the invisible and obliterating and going beyond the delusions. Here, I think many of the literary critics point out how the European writers, the European dominant culture, tries to minimize, tries to obliterate the Asian experience and the Asian mind, looks at the deeply divisive political issues as part of the larger concerns of human life. History and locality form the setting of his novels. Changing dynamics of identity and self-representation are the predominant themes of his major novels. The characters in his novel migrate to new geographical and social context, return to their lost homes to find the family members, especially parents, die and disappear after abandonment and neglect, and then go back to their migrated locations only to unsettle the fixed identities prevalent in and among those social groups. The encounter and consequent dynamics of the character going through a world of change, adjustment with settled community, going through a gamut of feelings, from hatred to accommodation, are brought out not as politics of hope or otherwise, but as an imaginative act of self-representation. and profound need for solidarity. As I told you about Richard Rorty, he talks about that need for solidarity among individuals and among communities, particularly multi-ethnic communities. Now I will take a look at 3 of his novels. He has written 10 novels, as I told you. Paradise, Gravel Heart, and Afterlives, and also apart from one small quote from another novel. Gurna spoke about his writing. These novels, these 3 novels particularly, do not speak of several aspects of life under colonial rule: locality and living spaces, displacement, lost childhood, cruelty, and love. Yusuf in Paradise, Salim in Gravel Heart, Khalifa, his friend Ilyas, and his sister Afia. These are all some of the characters, major characters. In Afterlives, a difficult childhood with poor and sick parents. They either had to labor hard from early years or pawned away to their relatively richer relations, like in the case of Yusuf, or kidnapped like in the case of Elias by Askari. The word Askari is very frequently used by Gurna. Askari is mercenaries in the service of the colonial regime. A soldier or worker for the colonial regime. Afia, the sister of Elias, living with their relatives and doing daily chores, often beaten to delirium by the head of the family, is rescued only to be sent back again. Hamza, sold as bonded labor and leading a harrowing life, trades it for worse life. When he volunteered for Askari, he did not know that the Germans wanted to rule and civilize them. The Germans wanted to rule and civilize them, a backward and savage people, by striking terror into them, by striking terror into the communities they were colonizing. When Elias decided to join the Askari, influenced by the German benefactor, Khalifa advises him against joining and says that they wanted to devour, they means the German, wanted to devour them whole and fully. Only Khalifa, the character, very quietly and very unheroically makes a counterpoint in terms of love and empathy for these exploited and degenerated characters. Further, through the character of Yusuf and his milieu in Paradise, Gurna reconfigures Conrad's heart of darkness, both with reference to the East Africa and the immigrants' experience in the metropolis. I will just digress for a minute here, when I'm using Conrad's Heart of Darkness as a reference point. You know, this novel by Conrad, a Polish writer who has written in, I think, 1897, it serves as a reference point. If we go back to history for a brief minute, in 1884 and 85, there was a conference in Berlin. And this conference was among the European powers: Germany, Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal. And incidentally, this conference was on Africa. And not a single African representative was there in the conference. And why was this conference held? The conference was held to partition Africa among these imperial powers. And this was as late as 1884. And while at that point of time, Africa had a very little part of it was colonized by France, and a bit of it was under Ottoman Empire. But as the European powers started, conquering the African lands, there was a tension among themselves. So they wanted to settle that tension and had this conference. And it was pointed out by one of the African critics in his in his critique as African Perspectives on Colonialism. And Africa by 1880 was trying to recover from the chattel slavery, which was banned in 1830. Even when Africa was recovering, this onslaught, European onslaught on the African continent started. And this was also the time when European capitalism, particularly European imperialism at its height. They were looking for markets, and Africa was the easy prey. So, Heart of Darkness, this novel talks about how a white man goes to Africa, and deep in Africa, he sees a different kind of portrayal, and he says darkness. And this is the darkness is not the darkness within the Africa, which is usually portrayed as dark continent, but the writer says the darkness could be the darkness within the heart of the European conqueror, within the heart of the European colonialist. So that portrayal of what darkness means at the time of colonialism, Abdul Raja Gurna tries to portray the darkness within the refugee when he was landing in European continent. How refugees is baffled, confused, and treated, and what it looks like the human treatment in the so-called enlightened continent like European. So the contrast is well brought out. The reason why I have written here about Gurna reconfigures the idea of darkness, the metaphor of darkness, bringing that from the African context to the European context from a refugee point of view. I think this is one of the important aspects to be thought about in the words of Abdul Raja Gurna. The second point which I would like to highlight is the hybridity, the notion of hybridity, which is again very important aspect of post-colonial literature, of which Gurna is an important part. And Gurna meditates on the unsettling power of hybridity. What is this hybridity? Basically, it is with regard to the race that he talks about. The challenges it brings to racial assumptions and persisting hardened colonialist outlook. In his fiction, he describes the hatred that arose from contamination. Contamination, in a certain way, forms part of what is called the hybridity. In admiring silence, the hero or the protagonist or the main character goes to the parents of his girlfriend and tells the parents that, look, your daughter, that's my girlfriend, is pregnant. So the parents were shocked that the white girlfriend is carrying the baby of a black man. So she is contaminated for the rest of her life. She cannot be part of our white community. So that is how Gurna portrays situations where this fixed identities of whiteness or racial purity are contaminated with the entry of these black people. So he tells in a different way, and I'm quoting it, our part of the deal, that is the black or colored people, our part of the deal was to be colonized, assimilated, integrated, suffer clashes of culture, win a flag and a national anthem, become corrupt, starve, and grumble about it all. It's a good deal, and we perform our parts to the utmost of our humble talents, but not adequately enough to satisfy oversensitive patriots who feel put upon by hysterical strangers squatting dangerously inside the gates. Abdul Raja Gurna, through these characters, not just describes various debilitating effects of colonialism and their comparative perception of German and British ways of colonizing local communities of Africa, but powerfully inscribes the condition of being outsider and ethnically and racially different into his fictional text. But what comes out vividly through these character sketches is the description of local spaces. When I say local spaces, it's not just a geographical space, but cultural space as well. These characters inhabited in their childhood. The details are too striking to miss. Asifa ladling water into the containers and her groans in a dirty corner of a house. In spite of such squalor and cruelty, these characters go in search of their lost home. The homes were no longer homes with parents dead, friends moved to distant places. in search of livelihood and relatives grown sullen with weight of oppression and village still mired in increased scam. The longing for home, a condition arising out of as much from a search for belonging as from desire to find and cling to the past, is a typical immigrant experience, brought out in sharp focus in these novels. A home located in time. In fact, a village, when we go back from a village where we stayed in our childhood, when we go back after long years, maybe in our elderly life or later life, we find that there is a change in the village, not just because the village had changed, but the people, the cultural aspects of the village move in time. So the village is no longer the village which we inhabited as children. And that is one of the major focuses of Gurna's novels. Brought out in a home, the loss is doubly felt when attempts are made to reclaim, as Gurna tried himself once in his life. He writes about this with reference to Rushdie's fiction. The past is a home, albeit a lost home, in a lost city, in the midst of lost time. So it's a lost time. It's part of the past, which we cannot reclaim. In fact, Gurna goes back after spending some time in England and comes back utterly disillusioned to England. So Gurna weaves these experiences in local spaces into growing up stories which make the characters and thus the texts as though they are buildings Roma, the growing up novel, making the narratives move easily forward with all those dignities. I think, friends, I will stop here, and I once again thank you for giving me this opportunity for these words. And if there is any discussion and if the program has for discussion, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Professor Nagaraju, for your nice presentation of the work, noble literary work of Abdul Razak Gurna. In fact, Dr. Professor Nagaraju happens to be my friend, and we belong to the same batch, 80 to 84 batch in Vanilla, postgraduate students. He is from English and I am from chemistry. And I am actually fortunate to see you on your virtual mode. And once again, I also thank you for accepting our invitation to deliver the lecture. Thank you.
That's very correct. That's very correct, Professor Behera. Thank you very much for connecting back. Thank you very much.
May I request now next speaker is our Dr. Rabindranath Sahu will deliver talk on physiology or medicine, and I request the Hirak Chakraborty to introduce Dr. Rabindranath Sahu.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great opportunity to introduce today's speaker on the Nobel Prize winning award on physiology and medicine, Professor Rabindranath Sahu. Professor Rabindranath Sahu is presently the Professor and Head, Department of Neurosurgery, AIIMS, Bhubaneswar. Professor Sahu received his MBBS and MS degree from VSS Medical College, Burla in 1996 and 1999 respectively. Afterward, he did super specialization in neuroscience from Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow in 2006 and joined Kolinga Hospital, Bhubaneswar. After a brief stay there, he joined SGPGI-MS Lucknow as Associate Professor in 2007. He joined the newly functional AIIMS Bhubaneswar in 2016 as Additional Professor of Neuroscience. Professor Sahu carried out his fellowship training in pediatric neurosurgery at Asan Medical Center, Seoul, South Korea. He has more than 150 publications to his credit in peer-reviewed journals and textbooks. His main areas of interest are pediatric neurosurgery, skull-base surgery, and spinal cord diseases. With this brief introduction, I take the privilege to request Professor Sahu to deliver his lecture on the Nobel Prize winning work in Physiology and Medicine in 2021. So it's yours, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, for your kind words. At the outset, I will like to thank Dr. Prabhat and Dr. Amrish Misra for inviting me for this Nobel Prize talk, and I also congratulate the whole department of Chemistry, School of Chemistry in Sambalpur University for organizing this nice conference and nice meeting every year for the last 2.5 decades. And this first time I am being invited, and I will be talking on this Nobel Prize winner last year, 2021, for medicine or physiology. So can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, sir, you can share.
Is it visible?
We are waiting. It's not yet visible, we are waiting. Yes. So you can share entire screen and
Share entire screen.
Yeah, entire screen.
Is it visible now?
We are waiting.
No, Professor Sahu, it is not visible at all.
Yeah, not yet. Switching the sharing mode, you just select the entire screen.
Select the entire screen, okay.
Select the entire screen and just wait for a few seconds. Yeah, it is coming. Wait. Now you go to PowerPoint and go to yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So good morning again. Sorry for the delay. So respected dignitaries there, Vice Chancellor Professor Mittal, Registrar Dr. Nupamani Sahu, and Chairman PG Council Dr. Sanjit Sahu, and HOD Chemistry and Dr. Ambaresh, and other dignitaries there. So I'll be talking on the Nobel Prize talk in medicine or physiology in the delivered in the year 2021. As you know, last year two gentlemen, Dr. David Julius and Dr. Adam Pataputian, both got the Nobel Prize for their discoveries of the receptors for pain and temperature and pain, and as well as touch.
Hello.
These are the modalities of sensation that we perceive as a sensation when somebody gives a pain or some pain stimulus is there in the skin, or any pressure or touch that stimulates the receptors present in the skin as an organ. It is the largest organ of the. Yes, sir. Am I audible? Yes. Next, so this is the discovery of the molecular basis of heat and torch, which is in particular the TRP-V1 receptor, which is the heat or a temperature receptor, and the torch receptor is the piezo-2 receptor. That is, these are somatic sensation receptors that get stimulated on receiving the stimuli, specific stimuli, and in turn they stimulate the nerve endings which transmits the neural signals across the spinal cord to the brain. And although this signal transmission from the skin to the brain is a very old neuroscientific discovery since 17th, 18th century, but what really happens at the receptor level, what is the chemical basis, or what is the channels involved, or what is the cellular mechanisms involved, was not known until 19th century, 1990s. And this, thanks to tremendous work by Dr. David Julius and Adam Pataputian, both of them worked on a molecular technology, and they discovered these two specific receptors which have a very tremendous clinical application, especially as a neuroscientist, which has a lot of aspects to it. I will be talking on later on. So let's come to those two gentlemen. Dr. David Julius, who was born in New York, and he got graduated from Mass Institute of Technology in 1977, and he got a doctorate from University of California, Berkeley in 1984, and he started a career in as a faculty in the University of California, San Francisco, 1989. And he was working on neurosciences, and he was awarded the Paul Evans Neurosciences Prize in the year 2000 for his tremendous work on capsaicin receptor. This is the same receptor for which he got the Nobel Prize last year, which is also called the TRV1 receptor, which is the other name is transient receptor proteins, and which stimulates and opens the channel for the neural transmission. And the second gentleman is Dr. Aden Patakutian, who was born to an Armenian family in Beirut, Lebanon, and later he got immigrated to the United States in 1986. He got a BS degree with a major in cell and developmental biology from the University of California, Los Angeles, 1990, and he got a PhD in biology from the CIT in 1996. And now he is working as a professor in the Department of Neurosciences and Scripps Research Institute, La Jolla, California. So these two gentlemen for their molecular biology work, which sets the discovery of these two receptors, they got the Nobel Prize last year. So let's start with how the neurosciences developed as a subject, and this is an important subject through the antiquity, and it started. The history goes by. From the 17th century, when great philosopher René Descartes discovered that there is a how the sensations are perceived when somebody there is a fire in the foot, or some some pinpricks happens, thorns get pricked in the foot, and how our brain perceives the pain or the temperature or the heat. And he described there is something which is connecting from the foot or limbs to the brain. Maybe it's a thread which transmits signal, and that's how we perceive it. So this is the 17th century gives the foundation of a neural system that is maybe present in the human bodies or animals, by which a person perceives the pain. And later, with the advent of the electrical conduction or the galvanic current discovered in 17th-18th century by Louis Galvani. Then the theory of electrical transmission across the nerves was discovered. Later on, Purkinje in 1787 to 1869, they described the nerves, the nerve fibers he described, which are present inside the body by anatomical dissection, and these are responsible for the nervous system or the neural pathway that are responsible for the sensory or motor activities in human beings. And subsequently, great works by Ivan Pavlov from USA, who discovered the various types of reflexes, especially the conviction reflex, which you know that salivation reflex, other protective reflexes, which are part of the nervous tissue and their behavior in response to a stimulus. And as late as 1944, by Joseph Erlanger and Herbert Gasser, both got Nobel Prize for this. They discovered the types of sensory nerve fibers. Actually, these carry sensation, and some sensation are carried faster, and they have fast fibers and slow fibers, and which specific type of fibers are there. And some are myelinated fibers, some are all myelinated fibers. So he discovered this specific microscopic finding of this category of fibers, of which both these gentlemen also got Nobel Prize for the year 1944. And some Indian discovery also happened in 1970. Professor A.S. Pentel from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, who described the first of in the world about the brains of J receptor, which is also a mechanical receptor present in the lungs. And J receptor I remember Professor Pentel has come to Burla in my MBBS days also as a PhD professor, and he delivered a talk on the subject in 1994-95, and was a very nice scientist who discovered this receptor from India. However, it was poorly recognized and not recognized until 10 years later, and got highly published around 1980s. And now Professor S. Pentel is no more, but his discovery remains one of the landmarks in the history of neurosciences from our country. So this is how the basics of neural pathway we receive. I'm a neurosurgeon. We operate mainly on brain and spinal cords, and the human body has a vast network of neural tissue. Every of our organ receives nerve supplies to peripheral nervous system, as well as all these sensations that are carried to or carried from the brain with the intermediary connecting part to the spinal cord. And whenever there is a stimuli either to the peripheral limbs or in the skin, nerve tissues are stimulated, and the basics of stimulation is the receptors at the end of the nerves are various types of receptor present. When it gets stimulated, there is a changes in electrical polarity within a cell, and the sodium ions are entered into these cell bodies, and the cell get depolarized. And this change of polarity or there is depolarization is an electrical signal that transmits across the nerve. The nerves are various types of nerves. They have different nodes which the electrical signals jump from one node to another, what is classically called a saltatory conductions of the nerve. And this nerve signals carried to the first the spinal cord, and ultimately by help of different tracts in the spinal cord and to the brain, where we perceive as a sensation. So that various kinds of sensory nerve endings are there. At the receptor level, there are few nerve endings which transmits mainly certain types of sensation like pain, temperature, and other things. There are capsulated nerve endings, and which are specific to certain kinds of stimuli like pressure and other changes in the direction. And then also the different lot of other sensory modalities, higher modalities, which still we are not able to discover many things. Which, for example, certain mechanical receptor, they also response to sound or light also. Then these things are present in the skin and other active areas. They are fairly concentrated in different areas based on their performances. For example, the receptors are very highly concentrated in certain organs like tongue and the thumb, and it is less in certain areas like little finger and all these things. And this, when it gets stimulated, the resolution of stimulus based on the intensity of stimulus, they stimulate the nerve fibers, then ultimately the nerve fibers transmit through the spinal cord. This is the figure on the right side is the transverse section of a spinal cord where different tracts lies, and the tracts are basically divided into a descending tracts which transmits signals from the brain to the peripheral organs, and the ascending tracts which transmits the signals from the periphery or the different organs to the brain. So the ascending tracts are called the sensory tracts, and these are the tracts essential for the perception of the different stimuli. For example, we have in the anterior parts of the spinal cord, there are ventral spinal thalamic tracts which transmits basically light, touch, and other modalities, and the lateral spinal thalamic tract, which is present on the lateral aspect of the spinal cord, it transmits mainly pain and temperature. And this is two modalities on which Dr. Arden and Dr. David Julius worked how the receptors stimulate these nerve endings, and this get carried to the brain side. And we have also a higher sensation like fine touch, vibration, and perception, which is transmitted through the posterior column or one of the dorsal columns of the sensory tracts. And these tracts are very highly specialized tracts, more present in human beings than other animals. That is how we can feel very fine touch and other even very higher order of sensation like vibration, small subtle vibration. You can also sense. A musician can see the vibration of the chord because of the high modality of sensation, which is present mostly very highly developed in human beings. And these are very sensitive tracts. Sometimes a lot of diseases happens because of the involvement in this postal column tract. A very common disease, as you know, is a vitamin B12 deficiency, which affects this functioning of the postal column tract. Sometimes we feel numbness or the paresthesia because of the deficiency of vitamin B12, and these dorsal column tracts which are affected because of that. So there are a lot of clinical implications on this anatomy and physiology of tracts, which are very helpful for practicing neuroscientists like us. So these are the lot of free nerve endings, which are specialized nerve ending present in the skin. As the receptors, they are stimulated with specific types of stimuli like temperature, cold, and also movement of the tactile hair, movement of the hair in the skin, or some pressure. There are some receptors like muscle spindle receptor or Golgi tendon reflexes. They gives an idea about the sense of position in our body. For example, sometimes we are able to walk on the darkness because we know where it is there. Sometimes we need to find where is the switch of a bulb immediately after the light goes off in a room. That is how we perceive our sensation, because we have a sort of what is called in a GPS system in a mobile. We know where is our hand position or what is our finger position is that, because of a tremendous array of receptors who are present in the skin and other organs of the body. So only the pain and the temperature, whatever two receptors now discovered by David Julius and Adam Patina, are the receptors molecule. And thanks to the advances of molecular biology, both these gentlemen got now because earlier days the genetic engineering was not that advanced. Now, fortunately, with the advances in molecular biology, it is possible to identify how a cell behaves in response to a stimulus by codifying the gene. And there are various methods of DNA isolation, and there are a lot of advances in electrophoresis methods and some genetic engineering which can isolate the base pairs, and we can codify, make a gene synthesis based on the gene machines, which will again replicate the identified DNAs from cells. We have a very nice cloning machines and DNA library. We can make a series of similar kind of DNA molecule. We can introduce into a certain organisms like a small bacteria and other things, and we can see how the gene encodes certain proteins which are active to either temperature or pain or maybe some certain chemical stimuli like capsaicin. And we can also amplify or different different techniques of PCR and gene modification. We can it's a very laborious task, but it's a very lab job, and it's possible to sometimes identify after tremendous work to identify the particular structure or the chemical substances, that is the channels which are responsible for the initiation of the stimuli. So this is the two great work done by these two gentlemen. One is Julius David, the first gentleman who got the Nobel Prize for his discovery on pain and temperature receptor in particular. The capsaicin was, as you know, it's a standard substance present in chilies. Actually, the chili contains red chilies, which contains capsaicin as a substance, which is known to activate the nerve cells, causing pain and sensation. It tests also. The chili test comes as a pain if you apply to the skin also. So he created a DNA fragment pool by corresponding to genes that expressed in the sensory neurons that react to pain, heat, and touch, and also to capsaicin as a substance. And he identified a single gene that makes the cell capsaicin sensitive, and which he identified, and the receptor which he identified for this purpose was named as transient receptor potential V1, or basically he called it as a capsaicin receptor because it reacts to the substance capsaicin, which is present in red chilies. And subsequent to the discovery of TRP-V1, which was a major breakthrough, and for which he got the first prize in 2000 for the discovery, NRC prize. And then he led the way how these things, other sensory receptors are there, and he went on to describe 8 more receptors. One is TRPM8, which is the temperature sensitive receptor present in the skin of our body. And this is how he used the substance capsaicin, and by applying various methods of RNA and DNA fragmentation and relation of cell genetics technology, he described whether how it opens with a high temperature of 43 degrees centigrade and how it is closed, and also how it responds to this thing by different gene isolation or other methods. So this is an important discovery because the pain and temperature is an important part of the human disease system. Most of the patients, they sometimes suffer from pain of unknown origin. Sometimes we suffer from pain because of cancer or many diseases. It is important to most prescribed drugs in medical science, especially by neuroscientists, are painkillers actually. So it's this discovery of this basic molecular pathology is of great importance in the subsequent drug development. How will happen? We can alleviate the pain of a person by modulating the pathway, maybe, and it will come with a decent maybe further development in pharmacology, how to deactivate this channel so that pain pathway is blocked. So that is how it is very important for a clinician, this discovery. And then the other gentleman also worked a lot on mechanoreceptors, which I described. These are mechanoreceptors very present throughout the animal kingdom and also plant kingdom. And Arden Patapotian and his colleagues first identified the cell line that gave up for the measurable electrical signal, because when this the pressurized stress is applied to a cells containing these receptors, there are stimuli with what is called a piezo stimulus. Piezo it's a medical science word, mostly it's related to pressure or something. And these cells are sensitive to the movement or pressure. These are mechanical stimulation. When it poked with a micropipette, these cells react. And he called this entirely unknown mechanosensitive ion channels that is discovered and gave its name as piezo-1. Piezo means in Greek word it's a pressure or sort of mechanical stimulus. And subsequently he described the two kinds of receptor, piezo-1 and piezo-2 channels that regulate the additional important physiological process, including blood pressure, respiration, urinary bladder control, because these are very important receptors, as you can understand, because he described how, again, with the similar genetic technology and analyzing the DNA, getting the DNA library and silencing all these things, he went on to discover these two important receptors which reacts to mechanical forces. And this is also great importance to us because many things in our life we depend on this pressure receptor. For example, blood pressure is an important clinical condition which is affected almost many disease person, and almost every 6% in a 10%, 6% in the population takes the blood pressure medicine. And how the blood pressure changes in response to the loss of elasticity to the blood vessels, because sometimes our blood vessels they become overreactive to the pressure changes that comes with age actually. So they do not adapt to things the pressure changes that comes off with age. So we have to take pressure modulating drugs to relieve the blood pressure and other aspects. Sometimes we feel also a urge to urination because when our urinary bladder is distanced with a lot of urine, and we sometimes ignore it, sometimes we pass the urine, and how we perceive that my bladder is full. This is because of these pressure sensing receptors which are discovered recently, and how this acts. He described in terms of two channels that opens up and gives the signals to the brain. And that's how we perceive the touch and proprioception. Proprioception is very important. I described earlier, even in absence of light, in absence of visibility, sometimes we perceive our finger where it is in space or time position manner. And this is very important, a very higher order sensation which is present and highly developed in human beings. So coming to some of the receptors, which is as I described, Indian contribution to these receptors is already well known. Professor Pentel in 1970s described it, but he was not recognized as usual. Most of the Western authors are early recognition, but sometimes this needs to be focused because we also the Indian scientists are also not behind in describing or discovering the receptors, but they usually are forgotten in the down line in the history. This is what the J receptor is also another type of mechanism receptor which was discovered in 1970s from India, and this is another same time, but nobody has studied further to the level of biological details. So, as I described, mechanoreceptors are very universal throughout all the living kinds, including animals and also in plants. As we have seen, this is a classic touch-me not plants, which is also present almost universally in every garden. But nobody has bothered how these things react when we touch and they collapse these things because of maybe this mechanoreceptors they are present there, and they carry the same mechanism what is discovered and got Nobel Prize last year. So now this Nobel Prize in Medicine 2021 made us to understand how heat, cold, and mechanical forces can initiate normal impulses that allow us to perceive and adapt. And the TRP channels are central to our ability to perceive temperature, and the piezo2 channels these are the receptors that help in sense of touch and ability to feel our position and movements of our body, what we technically call proprioceptions. And this will also help us to understand the various pain pathways in other disease processes like blood pressure, insulin control. So the potential clinical applications are basically two types. One is one is a receptor which helps us to understand the pain and temperature pathway. Another is touch and perception pathway, which have a tremendous clinical application in terms of chronic pain, visceral pain, and other inflammatory pain. Another is a touch perception, which will make us more understand the concept of urination pressure changes and the bladder changes on the respiration. For example, how sometimes excessive breathing takes us, we know how it behaves with the brain, and the blood pressure changes, and also in patients with various paralysis and where our limb cannot function, we need to know our the touch and perception is very important, because in a paralyzed limb, if you cannot feel touch and perception, it's also almost a dead limb, and how we can modulate and achieve some success in the clinical treatment. So there is two important aspects of clinical applicability from this discovery. I'm just describing how from lab to the clinical practices we help is management of pain in patients and as well as development of bioprocesses. In especially a lot of patients, there are some publications by these people. Then I am a neurosurgeon, so I'll not go into the pharmacological aspects of drug discovery, all things, and certain surgical aspects you can think of this. That when we, as a neuroscientist, a lot of patients come with a neural paralysis. For example, some part of brain is damaged, or some spinal cord is damaged. We are unable to receive this pain or sensation perception, which is very essential for protection of our body. If one limb is cut and one neural tissue is damaged, that limb is flail, we cannot receive the sensation, which is very protective in nature. We cannot handle one thing, the motor reflexes cannot go. How we can receive the sensation? This is very important. We can, from the receptor level, we have to understand up to the spinal cord level how we can stimulate in response to certain stimuli. These are the things there is tremendous scope of further invention or further innovation, so that the patients' problems can be solved. So there are certain existing applications already we have using on a clinical practice. One is a very important is the cochlear implant. For example, persons without hearing as a sensation. Hearing is an important sensory modality for human beings, but some patients are born as a deaf and they cannot speak, and because they cannot hear, they cannot speak also. So it's important to give that sensation to the as a child, so that he will able to hear and become a important. It will not be a disability, will be improved. So there are certain electrical stimulus you can which converts the hearing to electrical sound and which stimulate the hearing knobs of the person, and then our brain processes the sound. These things will help the person to achieve some of his lost control. And similarly, a patient with a spinal cord injury, he loses the control of urination. He will pass urine without knowing it. And how we can help these patients? So there are certain cochlear implant and bladder implant. These are certain artificial limbs. These are come into the practice recently. And however, these are very in a crude area. You cannot hear the music sound. At least you can hear the sound of a car passing by you, so that you can protect yourself from the road accident. This type of application is coming up. Okay. And some developing applications like the application of bionic limbs. We can make the computer sense the sense of vibration. For example, now every mobile phone is vibrating. We know how it is vibration sense. This is a very higher modality of sensation. And we know the mobile will vibrate in certain stimulation. But how we can, as a brain, receive this stimulus? There are a lot of development going on, a lot of research is going on, how the vibration from a mechanical devices like a mobile computer or something can be perceived in brain. So there are the machine to brain integration is happening in the left side. There is a concept of brain and computer interface, bionic televisions. These are other things, and we can sometimes we implant brainstem into the brain. Brainstem implants are certain devices which are electrical devices which will transmit electrical signals directly into brain, so that our brain is perceived. These are partly related development which is happening throughout the world. For example, these are persons of which a loss of limb, and he will perceive a ball with a vibrating ball, and this will send the signals to the nerve endings. He will perceive in the brain. A person with a hearing impairment will receive the sound. It will be implanted into the person's body, or inside. If it stays inside the brain, they have a rechargeable battery which will transmit the signals into the brain. So every aspect of development throughout the world is happening for a perception and how we sense. A person of blindness, if can see, it's nothing like that. At least he will manage himself in the society and not a burden to the society. So these are the development which is happening throughout the country, and cochlear implant is one great success, and which is giving hearing to the most of the deaf patients which are born as deaf, and this is a standard treatment throughout India, and AIMS also AIMS also pioneered center for implementing these devices. And we have also bladder control, as this pressure control reception when it's lost, how you can again stimulate that knob, so that a person with a loss of bladder control can have achieved some sort of bladder activity, and he knows that my bladder is full because of pressure or something like that. And these are subsequent development is happening, although the things are very, very older, and the bladder things came in 1977, but nobody never came to the practice. Only recently, this has come for the clinical applications. So sometimes we discover many things which gone to the remains at the lab level, do not come for the practice. So a lot of scope for developing these things. These are all how the as a visual stimulus can be perceived at some other level and transmitted to the brain. So the person who is totally blind can see at least some light, whether a car is passing by on the road, whether somebody is coming to attack him, something like that, so that he can protect himself. These are certain low resolution things have come up in an experimental models, which is not yet come for the clinical application. These I'm just giving because this is a mixed audience I'm speaking, and they have a tremendous clinical applications. If you come out with such a nice device which will replace our eyes in coming days. So certain things have come up in an experimental model, like a paralyzed rat. How can we mobilize a paralyzed rat? By giving electrical stimulus directly to the brain, which will also give both chemical stimulation as well as pressure stimulation. And understanding this physiology is very important in subsequent development of robotics, which has come in a big way for clinical practices. And these are how, if in a paralyzed limb, you can sense the temperature and pressure, because a paralyzed limb, if you cannot feel the temperature and pain or pressure, it cannot function. Sometimes if you give a cup of hot water or hot tea, you will not able to drink because you will not feel the temperature for that. So if a electronic device which sense the temperature and transmits to the human body, this is hot or this is cold, of immense help to those persons which are suffering from disability, who cannot walk, or the limbs are paralyzed or the legs are paralyzed. So these are subsequent development in various sensation, and the important aspect is brain-computer interface. Now we are applying directly receptors to the brain, so which will stimulate in particular area, and these are certain subject anybody interested can go into it. Is discussion is beyond the scope of this audience. So these are the further development which has a lot of innovations to we can do. Another is just like this bionic hand I was telling, how we can see the perception, which is the same electrical signal we can transmit to the nerves. So we are now going for an artificial or skin, and so understanding this basic biophysiology, which last Nobel Prize discovery happened, will help a lot of in the clinical applications. A lot of also research going on regarding the gene modulation and stem cell research, which will going to help in development of the lost receptors if possible, and how to modulate this particular two important aspects of sensory modalities. So to conclude, the understanding the sensory perception and analysis will help us to solve many diseases which are very highly prevalent, and we encounter in day-to-day practice, both in terms of pharmacological development of drugs, also in the development of bioprocesses. And neural processes is a fast developing area, and application of brain-computer interface and machine learning with application of other sciences will help we as a physicians to solve many problems. So last, but not least, this Nobel Prize discovery will help us in solving many issues. We hope that with a further invention, it will come to the clinical practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robinand Sahu, for your nice presentation of the complicated work of the novel work of David Julius and Arden Patian. And really, nerve system, neuron system is very, very important in our body. And the receptor that you have, we have explained, TRV1 receptor and PIZO1, PIZO2 receptors. And then how that can be applied to implant, colon implant and bladder implant for urination and so on. It's very actually nice talk and very advanced talk, and though complicated, you have explained very lucidly, a very simpler way. Thank you for your kind presentation, and once again I thank on behalf of the Organizing Secretary, the Organizing Committee, for your consent to present this work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I may the next speaker from economics, Professor Sivasankar Mahanti will speak on economics, and may I request Dr. N.K. Behera to introduce Professor Sivasankar Mahanti.
Good morning to one and all. Once again, on behalf of myself, I welcome you all to this Nobel Prize Seminar 2021. Sir, we all are happy to have you among us, and I feel honored and privileged while introducing you among the students, colleagues, and distinguished guests. Presently, Dr. Sivasankar Mahanti is working as Associate Professor in the Department of Analytical and Applied Economics at Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Mahanti did his MA in Economics from the Department of Analytical and Applied Economics in 1997 from Utkal University. He has obtained his MPhil in 2000 from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, and PhD degree from the Center of Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, under the supervision of Professor Praveen Jha in the year 2010. In his career, he has served as research associate at Navakrishna Chaudhary Center for Development Studies, Bhubaneswar, during the year 2000 to 2002. Research officer at the National Center for Advocacy Studies, Pune, during the year 2003 to 2004. As research officer at Center for Budget and Governance Accountability, New Delhi, during the year 2004 to 2008. As an assistant professor in economics at Pune University, Dehradun, during the year 2010 to 2016. Then he joined Utkal University in the year 2016 as reader, and now he is the associate professor. His research area of interest is agricultural economics and environmental economics. In various national and international forums, he has delivered his research findings on diverse issues. He has authored 8 book articles and edited 6 books. He has published more than 13 research articles in the journals of national and international repute. He has guided 64 master students and 9 MPhil scholars for their dissertations. 1 research scholar has been successfully awarded PhD degree under his supervision, and 2 scholars are in the pipeline. He has handled 14 research projects and consultancies. With this introduction, I would like to request Dr. Sivasankar Mahanti to deliver his lecture on the Nobel Prize winning work of economic sciences in the year 2021. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Is this slide visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. Esteemed Vice Chancellor, Sambalpur University, esteemed Registrar, PG Council Chairman, esteemed Sanjukta Madam, HOD Economics, who is also listening, esteemed colleagues from different fields of science, dear student friends, a very good morning. Today I will speak on the Swedish Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in the memory of Alfred Nobel for the year 2021. Because this is not a usual Nobel Prize, as we all know, Nobel Prize started in the year 1901, and economics became a part of the or was included in the fields in the year 1969. So how economics became an important subject to be included as a field for consideration in Nobel Prize. Traditionally, economics has always been considered as a discipline of philosophy that deals with materialism. Economists used to work as advisors for public policy formulation and implementation, but eventually by the mid 20th century, it was considered a discipline that was highly interdisciplinary and that can gel with any other subject. Economics became the core consideration behind any funded scientific research. Any great scientific research which has a real life application has economic implications as well. Let me give an example of this Haber-Bosch process. My friends from science background know it as something related to nitrogen fixation, for which Fritz Haber also got a Nobel Prize in the year 1918. But we in economics, especially those from agricultural economics, know this as a process that still contributes to 3/4 of the entire food production in the world. So that is the process that contributed to the production of chemical fertilizers. So many noted scientists, especially from disciplines of physics, mathematics, agricultural science, shifted their area of interest from their original area to economics during world wars, because in general scientists are very peace loving, and being a practitioner scientist in a country that is fond of wars was really problematic for them. So they shifted their discipline and started working as economists, and they brought with them the ideas related to their core subject, and also the inductive logic that used to be followed in laboratory research activities that became a prominent research methodology in the economic analysis as well. With the effort from economists like Paul Samuelson, John Timbergen, Ragnar Frisch, etc., economists also changed their language of communication from words to equation, from English, French, German to the language of mathematics. Nowadays, economics or mathematics is considered as a language for communication in the field of economics. Many global events like rampant use of assembly-like production systems that led to an overproduction in the early 20th century, Great Depression of 1930s, World Wars, etc., that led to the establishment of the subject of economics as a discipline of great importance. Many of us may not know the plight that Great Depression of 1930s brought. The global GDP, it is far more worse than the current situation that we are facing during Corona crisis. Global GDP fell by almost 15%. Mass unemployment, communal distrust. The crisis lingered for around a decade in most of the countries. I mean, a very few countries were aloof from the Great Depression of 1930s. Only those countries which were not part of the global world remained aloof from the depression. So, and this suggestion to and the crisis was overcome by policies largely formulated by economists like John Maynard Keynes, many other economists. So, so that was the reason why economics became a prominent field in the consideration of Nobel Prize. How Nobel Prize in economics started? Starting 1901, there was prizes for greatest contribution to mankind in 5 fields only: physics, chemistry, medicine, literature, and peace. Economics was originally not in the list. It was added in the year 1969 with a fund provided by the Central Bank of Sweden, which is currently, the prize is currently known as the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in the memory of Alfred Nobel. While all other Nobel Prizes are awarded from the fortune left by Alfred Nobel and from the interest of the assets created by Nobel himself, economics is the only prize that is paid from the taxpayers' money, because the initial corpus, that perpetual fund, was given by the Central Bank of Sweden, from which the prize is being given. The first prize in 1969 was shared by Ragnar Frisch and John Timbergen for developing and applying dynamic models for the analysis of economic processes. So far, between 1969 and 2021, 53 times this award has been given to 89 laureates. In the year 2021, 3 economists got Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences. David Card, all of them are of origin from different countries, but now they are US citizens. David Card, originally from Canada, Joshua Angrist from Israel, and Guido Ibens from Netherlands. So all these economists have contributed greatly to the understanding of economics and its application in public policy making, so that great benefit can be given to mankind as the spirit of the Nobel Prize, as suggested by Alfred Nobel in his will. Regarding the work behind the 2021 prize in economics, the prize was given in part. Half of the prize money was given to David Card, and the half was jointly given to the other 2 economists. So David Card was given this prize for his contribution to labor economics, and he did some natural experiments in labor economics. Labor economics, if some of the audience may not know, it studies the functioning and dynamics of the labor market. Labor is considered as a commodity which is owned and supplied by the workers against a wage. Wage is the price of the labor. But workers, since they are human beings, they are also part of the society. So it is not a very, unlike other typical commodities, dynamics related to labor is very different from other commodities. Natural experiments are similar to laboratory experiments in principle, but are different in practice. As for an economist, the laboratory constitutes the society at large, and variables cannot be controlled as per the design of the researcher. David Card provided an antithesis to the predominant idea in labor economics that theorizes that rise in minimum wages, that is the price of labor, would lead to a decline in the demand for labor and therefore lead to an increase in unemployment. So this is the common belief based on law of demand. When price increases, demand falls. But David Ricardo, that is because here also when there is an increase in wages, employers find it more expensive to hire workers and substitute labor with capital through mechanization, more mechanization. This is the predominant idea based on the law of demand. However, David Ricardo contradicted this idea through his work. He studied the relationship between minimum wages and employment during 1990s in the labor markets across the borders of two states of USA, New Jersey, where the wages had increased, and Pennsylvania, where it had not. On the contrary to the common belief, David Card and his team found that the minimum wage increase had no downward effect on the number of employees. It is a very important finding for various reasons. Firstly, it contradicts a fundamental theory in economics. Secondly, it is an empirical study that was done in a context where labor market is more flexible compared to many other countries where interventions are strict. Thirdly, it also gave some further insights into the economic problems related to migration and established that immigration had little negative impact on domestic employment. This insight challenges the growing intolerance against already distressed refugees and immigrants who land in other countries in search of livelihood. The other two economists, Joshua Angrist and Guido Imbens, on the study of causal relationship. In fact, all these three economists have worked with each other in several periods in the past. Joshua Angrist dealt with both these economists dealt with the analysis of data from natural experiments. So their contribution is related to research methodology, whereas Card's contribution is related to labor economics. So these two economists dealt with the analysis of data. In natural experiments, variables are no more under the control of the researcher, so they get influenced by many unknown and unpredictable factors. And because of this, it defeats the core purpose of making an experiment, as we can hardly measure the strength of the cause-effect relationship. However, these two economists developed some framework through which some more precision can be achieved in identifying the causal relationship as far as research in social science and also other fields of science are concerned. Research in social science, because of the fact that the variables are affected by so many unpredictable factors, often lack credibility because it lacks precision. And Angrist and Imben's work addresses this issue. They provide new insights into the data analysis activity of and the research framework activity of an economic research by making the results more precise and making the findings more useful for policymakers. Joshua Angrist studied the link between education and income. His research relied on the information on the time spent in the education system by the people born in the same year but in different months. Unlike our country, there is a provision in many advanced countries that when you attain a certain age, you have a chance to appear an exam and pass that degree. If you don't attend that age, you have to wait. For that label to be crossed, you have to wait for either you have to complete the duration of the course or you have to wait for that much period when you attend the age. So in that case, he found that people who are born in the beginning of the year have a chance to complete school system earlier and therefore spend comparatively lesser time in the education system compared to the to their peers who are born in the latter months of the year. It was found that the group of people who spend less time in the education system have an average income lower than those who spend more time in the education system. He concluded that higher levels of education usually leads to higher level of wages or income. He also concluded, which I didn't mention here, and that the more the education, the more the system is rich with infrastructure for education, the average income of the workers at a later stage will be higher. So all these things, while the experiment by Angrist provided new insights into the public policy questions such as whether governments would spend more on education, whether human capital can be considered as an investment with tangible returns, and so on. Imben's work provided the framework of research to find the answers to these questions. Imben's formulation considers the possible answers first and frame the research questions in a natural experiment at a later stage, which is something very opposite to what we usually do in society. We first frame the questions and then try to explore the answers. But by visualizing the answers first under different scenarios, the framework becomes more interesting, and with the addition of technology or methods like randomized trials, the research becomes more, the results become more precise than what it used to be in terms of social science research. So to sum up, the 2021 Nobel Prize in Economics has several implications for the policy making in a country like India. It can provide fitting answers to the growing regional intolerance against immigrant workers. As we know, we have seen many unrest. For example, in Maharashtra, there has been a growing unrest against people who are from Bihar or from other places, because they believe that because they provide cheap labor, the employment opportunity of the domestic workers there gets minimized. Similarly, we have seen attacks on Indians in Australia, all these kind of things. If we go by what Card has suggested, in fact, the contribution of immigrants are immense in the development of a region, and allowing them to work in the domestic territory doesn't actually reduce the employment or reduce the opportunities of employment in the domestic area. So it can provide some answers to the some of the political and policy questions which are arising related to labor market issues. The findings by Angrist also can be used as a guiding principle for our public policy on social sectors like health and education. Many times we hear the argument that because of policies like MGNREGS, for example, the wage rate has increased, and therefore people do not find workers to work in the fields in the agricultural sector, which seems to be very wrong if we go by what has been developed by Card and Angrist and Imben's work. So I mean, sectors like health and education are very critical. Human capital issues and an emphasis on these sectors, a huge public investment, creation of public infrastructure for these sectors will actually lead to both private as well as social returns in future, in a sense that both these people who receive education will earn more money, and government will also benefit from the taxes paid by these people and from the demand generated by these people with higher income at a later stage. Similarly, increasing wages at a subsistence level, it goes very well with the common understanding in Keynesian economics also. People with lower income levels have very high propensity to consume, and therefore they generate a lot of demand in the economy. So that also coincides with those broad ideas, and to this effect, this year's Nobel Prize actually, although all the winners are from USA, actually provide a lot of policy insights for countries like India and many other emerging economies, where labor issues, infrastructural issues, social sector issues, health, education issues are so important in terms of public policy making, because countries often face a trade-off between investing on these sectors or using that money for present development purposes. And the new methodological understanding developed by Imbens can provide a paradigm shift in the social science research as well. So this is what I have to present as far as this particular session is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shivasankar Mahanti, for your nice presentation on the Nobel work in economics of the Nobel laureates. Jaswal Anglist, Habitat, and Guido Imbens, and basically they proposed policy for the people who are in the field of education and health to minimize the regional imbalance. So it's a nice talk, nice presentation. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you for your presentation and consent.
Thank you very much.
Very much talk. Thank you. Now, next talk I will be given by Gokarneshwar Sahu on chemistry, and may I request Dr. S.N. Sahu to introduce Professor Gokarneshwar Sahu. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Vera. It is my great pleasure to introduce my close friend, Dr. Gokarneshwar Sahu. Dr. Sahu, born in 1979 in the district of Jajpur, Odisha. He had completed his graduation from Madras College, Odisha, and post-graduation in chemistry from PG Department of Chemistry, Utkal University in 2001, with a gold medal for his first position in MSc Chemistry. After qualifying GATE examination, he had joined IIT Kanpur for his MTech program, but later on he moved to National Chemical Laboratory to pursue his doctorate degree with a CSIR JLF fellowship under the supervision of Dr. Mukund K. Gurjar. After the PhD in 2008, Dr. Sahu joined Sai Avantium Pharma Limited as a research associate. After 2 years of industrial experience, Dr. Sahu moved to University of Jyväskylä, Finland, for his postdoctoral research work in the field of organocatalysis and natural photosynthesis under the supervision of Professor Petri Pico. After a 5-year-long postdoctoral experience, Dr. Sahu joined the prestigious National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, in 2016 as assistant professor in chemistry. In the year 2017, Dr. Sahu got the prestigious ASIC Tripathi Young Scientist Award from Odisha Chemical Society. At present, about 10 MSc students have completed their dissertation works under his supervision, and 5 PhD students and 2 MSc students are continuing further dissertation work. With this introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Professor Sahu to deliver his talk on Nobel Prize Award winning work in chemistry for the year 2021. Sir, please. Dr. Sahu?
Please unmute.
Yeah. I hope everything is okay now. Hello.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. You're audible.
Okay. So thank you, Satya, for your kind and nice introduction. I hope everything is okay there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but share your slides.
Just a minute. Are the slides visible?
No. Okay. Please share the entire screen. Please share.
I did that. Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow the button is not active.
So you can rejoin.
Okay.
Just leave the platform and rejoin.
Okay, I'm doing that. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes. Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, dear Satya, for your nice and kind introduction. And first, of course, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Prabhat Sahu, for inviting me for this incredible seminar. Why do I call this incredible seminar? Of course, since I started doing research or I started my science career, I always look forward to this October of every year when there the names for winning Nobel Prize comes out. So I really feel very happy to read about the Nobel laureates and probably kind of tries to draw inspiration from the work of those laureates. And so that's why this seminar is not only helpful to the young researchers, to the students, and equally to the teachers as well, that probably how should we carry forward our own research or our own professional career in a way that these laureates used to do. So, and of course, I pay my respect to the chairs there, the dignitaries, to the other speakers of today's seminar, the students and friends.
So today's topic, of course, is an ingenious tool for building molecules, for which the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the year 2021 has been awarded to. And of course, we all know that the Nobel Prize has gone to these two gentlemen, Benjamin Lise from Germany and David Macmillan from USA. They have been awarded the Nobel Prize for the development of asymmetric organocatalysis. So now I'm sure I'm happy that the majority of the audience is from chemistry, so they will understand the technical terms, the topic what I'll be discussing. And if we go first with asymmetric, what we understand by asymmetric. The asymmetric means there the term chirality comes. And what is chirality? The chirality is well understood if we look at our both hands, left hand and right hand. If we see that they are exactly the mirror image of each other. But what differentiates those? That they are not superimposable. If you just see, you take a left hand globe, you cannot fit that to your right hand. So in that way, both hands are different. And that is what exactly chirality means. In case of molecules, when two molecules are mirror image of each other, but they are not superimposable, then they are called chiral molecules. Now, looking at the very initial molecules where chirality was observed, this molecule is a drug molecule. You can see the R isomer here, which was used in exactly 1957 to cure sedative, hypnotic behavior in pregnant women. But what was found later, that the infants born from the treated women were found with some side effects. And later it was found that that is just because that there was the other enantiomer. So now we do understand what this chirality has to do with our body, where one of the compound has a positive effect, has a curing effect, but the other one has a very bad side effect. Now you can see here, because the whole body, we have enzymes, we have the host of our body is all chiral. That means if you see, it's a pictorial representation how one enantiomer only can fit into the biosystem rather than the other one. This cannot fit into, and when it doesn't fit into, it's a byproduct in the body. And when it's a byproduct, it can lead to all kind of side effects. So that's why it is very necessary that we do have a pure enantiomer. We do have a pure mirror image of one compound. So that is very essential. So now before this asymmetric synthesis, what was the practice? What was the method to purify or to have only one mirror image? And that was by means of resolution. And you can see that if we have two compounds, one is R, the other one is S, this is something the chemistry people understand, that there are two isomers, and we know that one of them is helpful, the other one might not be helpful. In that case, we need to separate them. Now, this is one process which is called resolution process. But then what is the disadvantage of this resolution process? We lose one isomer, because we synthesize this where the proportion of each isomer is 50%, and then later on we separate each of them, and only one is necessary, the other one is a complete waste. So if you see this process, this is not economically viable, because you lose your 50% of the product what you synthesize. But now what this asymmetric synthesis does, that you can only synthesize one of the enantiomer. That is something which will come later. Now then, the second term is organocatalysis. Before going to organocatalysis, let's talk about catalysis. And this is something which was introduced by Ostwald in 1909. Not 1909. It was in the early of the 19th century and of the 20th century, and the Nobel Prize was awarded for that work, the principle of catalysis, in 1909. Now, what this catalysis says? The catalysis says that you bring two unreactive reactants, two or more unreactive reactants, you give them a catalyst, and then those unreactive molecules, they will react to give you the product. So what it says that, in a nice way, Macmillan put forth this principle in his Nobel lecture that if you have a hill to climb to reach the other side, you can go easily through a tunnel, and that tunnel is nothing but the catalyst. So if you use the catalyst, you don't need to climb the hill. Rather, you can just tunnel through the hill easily, and you can reach the other side. So, and later you can see 7 Nobel Prizes have gone to this catalysis field. It's not for any particular catalysis. There are so many other different catalysis, metal catalysis, biocatalysis, and you can see here we have Sarpless, Noevry and Noels. You can see they are the asymmetric metal catalysis for epoxidation, and other things were done by Gross for ring closing metathesis, then palladium catalyzed coupling. So all these Nobel Prizes, they were gone to the people working or discovering in metal catalysis. But only in 2021, the Nobel Prize went to another field of catalysis, which was which is well known as organocatalysis now. So now come to the term organocatalysis. So let's divide this term into two parts, organocatalysis. And very well, you can understand what this organo means. This means organic molecule. And of course, we understand what catalysis means. So now this organocatalysis means the catalysis by organic molecule. So you can think what is so different about this mode or this area than metal catalysis or biocatalysis. Now, of course, we know the metals are not biofriendly. Some metals are definitely toxic, not iron or not very commonly used metals, but you can think about palladium. There is so many other metals which are not biofriendly, which are not green to the environment. So that means if we can replace those metals by means of organic molecules, because our body, we have carbohydrates, we have amino acids, they are all organic molecules. We have enzymes, they are proteins, DNA, RNA, they are all organic molecules. So if we can have another organic molecule or another set of organic molecules which can do the catalysis to let a reaction go further, to give us different products, then of course it would be advantageous than metal catalysis. So now this term, of course, you can very easily understand, it's a form of reaction where the rate of chemical reaction is increased. That is what catalysis means, by an organic molecule, which is made of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur, but no metals. So this is what organocatalysts are made of. Now, these are the advantages. We will see in due course that these catalysts are having many advantages over other types. What are those? They are inexpensive. You will see I have given different examples of organocatalysts, which you can either synthesize in a laboratory or they are plentifully available in nature. So they are very inexpensive and they are very easy to prepare. Then we have large chiral pool available from nature, such as amino acids, carbohydrates. They are all chiral molecules and they are all chiral organic molecules. So they are plentifully available in nature. These are simple to use. Something is which is very important for industrial purpose, because in industry people don't put reactions in milligram scale or in gram scale. They put in ton scale. So if you need to use, or if you need to execute a reaction which needs sophisticated conditions, then it would be difficult, or it would not be economically viable. So rather, if you have something simple, then it is definitely industrially more useful. It is non-toxic because it is just another organic compound. It is insensitive to moisture and air, unlike metals, which are very sensitive to air, I mean oxygen and of course moisture. But these organic molecules, they are not sensitive, so you can easily execute the reaction in a open air reaction flask. And then most importantly, both enantiomer series are available, because now you see I just talked about the organic molecule which has having both side effects, but never know when your R enantiomer is active, I mean positively active, or S enantiomer is positively active. So you might need to synthesize either of these, and you can easily achieve that by means of organocatalysis, because you can synthesize this organocatalysis in whichever enantiomer pure form you want. Then coming back, why organocatalysis, or the first Nobel Prize went to these two gentlemen, List and Macmillan. Of course, this organocatalysis was there. People had reported organocatalysis much before the 20th century. You can see here in 1860 by Liebig, this is considered to be the first example of organocatalysis reaction, where the reaction was catalyzed by acetaldehyde, and we know acetaldehyde is nothing but an organic molecule. And when this catalyzed the addition of water to these cyano groups, this is nothing but organocatalysis. Then Noe-Venagel condensation, everybody knows, the students must be knowing it very well, that here again a base was used to catalyze the reaction. Mostly it was DMAP, and when it catalyzed the reaction, you can see this is nothing but an example of organocatalysis. Then there is Baylis-Hillman reaction. Of course, my research group is working on this Baylis-Hillman reaction, and you can see here DMAP or DAPCO. Of course, there are so many other different amines like DBU and other secondary amines. They have been used as organocatalysis for the successful of Baylis-Hillman reaction, and much before Macmillan and List discovered this field. Going further, you can see again another reaction, 1976 by Stater, another organocatalyzed reaction of synthesis of Michael addition reaction of acetaldehyde to alpha beta unsaturated ketone compound. Again, this was normal organocatalysis reaction, but also asymmetric organocatalysis reaction was known much before these two gentlemen discovered this field in 2000. By Hajos and Paris, you can see this is one asymmetric organocatalysis reaction, where one of the enantiomer, the students must be knowing about this EE, which is nothing but enantiomeric excess. So you can see the product was achieved in the formation of one enantiomer in excess. The compound was a racemic one. The compound was a racemic or achiral compound, but when it was reacted with another organocatalyst, which is proline, and the result was the synthesis of one enantiomer in excess. So it was reported in 1971. But then, despite of all these reports of organocatalysis and the very example of asymmetric organocatalysis, this concept was not realized by many until the year 2000. Until the year 2000, you can see here something. It was coincidental that almost at the same time, December 7, 1999, January 7, 2000. So within a month, these two gentlemen, they published two papers. One was the aldol reaction. Aldol reaction means, condensation of to give one aldol, and the other one was a Diels-Alder reaction where the products were highly enantiomeric, highly enantioselective. We will go further here, but the point here is that I think this is the reason that the Nobel Prize went to these two gentlemen, because the discovery came at the very same time, and we will see after this discovery how this research area exploded in development of several other kinds of reactions. Using those reactions, also many natural products were synthesized, which were probably very, very difficult to synthesize before the development of this area. We will discuss, of course, this enamine catalysis. So the difference between these two works is in the very concept of the catalysis. One is enamine catalysis, the other one is iminium catalysis. We'll see that. Now, coming to the laureates, a little bit introduction, and you can see something. It's again very coincident that they were born in the same year, 1968. Liszt in Germany, Macmillan in Scotland. You can see the progress of their professional career: PhD in 1997, 1996. And then they did their postdoc during similar time in USA, 1997, 98, here 90. And then again in 1998, they started their independent research career, both in USA. And of course, later they have moved where Macmillan has just moved across USA to Princeton University, but Liszt has come back to his birthplace, Germany, and is currently working in Max Planck Institute. So now let's talk about the idea, because this is something important here for the young researchers, teachers, and students, that how Liszt got this idea to develop the organocatalysis, where what we do see today. So interestingly, while he was working as a postdoctoral researcher in Barbas, of course, unfortunately, Barbas is no more among us. He died of cancer in 2014. But while he was working, of course, the first, the aldol reaction, the asymmetric aldol reaction by enzymes, they reported in 1998. And you can see the publication JAX 1998, where they got very good selectivity with different enzymes. These are different enzymes, 99% enantioselectivity. This is 99% enantioselectivity. But what is important here, the observation by Benjamin Liszt. Of course, what they got, the XRD structure of the enzyme. And from there, understood, or what Liszt could visualize, that this reaction is only getting catalyzed, by an acid moiety, you can see H plus, and then by one amine moiety, by acid and amine. So when he started his independent career, because everyone, when they start their independent career, they look to go to a new field or something which is not known before. So when he started, something this came to his mind. Can we replicate this functionality or this activity by a simple molecule, by a simple organic molecule? And in fact, he also credits to the vision of Ostwald in the early 20th century, when he proposed a day will come that this catalysis will be done by simple molecules, not by enzymes, but by very simple molecules. He, of course, didn't mention whether organic molecules or metal catalyst, but he told that it will be possible. And that is something, Benjamin List thought that can we use or can we replace these enzymes by smaller entities? And then looking back at Hajo's work where proline was used, he thought, can we use the same proline? Can you use the same proline because it has the amine moiety and it has the acid moiety? Can you use these to achieve what this enzyme has achieved? And to his surprise, but also interestingly, that he found this reaction to be very successful. And in fact, of course, I am not going to the very details of these technical terms, but what is important for him to find the enantiomeric excess of the product. And in fact, what we see here in the so what they found that this compound was enantiomeric excess, but it was not very good. It was only 76% enantiomeric excess, but nevertheless, there was a chance that it can be modified. And of course, he published the work in Journal of American Chemical Society in 2000 as independent researcher with his postdoctoral supervisors. Then later on, of course, when he found, then he went on to analyze because excited by these results, he knew that this process can be utilized in many other reactions. It should not be a surprise to a single reaction. And of course, later he used this organocatalyst to successfully achieve reaction, for example, alpha alkylation, because these reactions are very critical. It's not very easy to synthesize asymmetric version of these reactions, but he was able to successfully do that. 3-component Mannich reaction, we do understand what Mannich reaction is, but in this process they achieved, you can see the chirality here. And it was possible with 94% enantiomeric excess. Similarly, the addition is also possible to N double bond N, the electrophiles, and later also with Hauck, his collaborator, they proposed the transition state, because sometimes it's very important to understand the mechanistic path, because when we do understand the mechanistic path of a reaction, we can visualize that where else we can adopt this protocol to achieve greater success. Again, in the meantime, which I will come later, about these catalysts which were developed by the other Nobel laureate of this last year, Macmillan and Benjamin List also used these catalysts to achieve Michael Addison reaction by Benjamin List. And the year 2005, I hope, he moved to another catalysis. Again, this is part of another mode of activation in catalysis, which is acid catalysis, because we do understand the addition to carbonic compounds, they need some amount of acid. We do know all that. But now why or how it would be if we replace those acids by chiral acids? Now we can see these chiral acids, these are all isomers, and they were used successfully in achieving symmetric heterodialkyl reaction, oxycyclization, mucama aldol reaction, hydrocyanation, dialcyl reaction. So these catalysis is another noticeable contribution by Benjamin List to the field of catalysis, except enamine catalysis, which he did in 2000. And something here he also shows, and he credits his group, that even catalyst can be used in ppm level. That means it shows the efficiency of this organocatalysis in achieving the reaction. Then moving to Macmillan's work, this is again another interesting story that when he started his independent career, of course, the first paper was in metal catalysis, he thought. But then, I do like to narrate this history because, sometimes you never know that, what you are doing and what it can lead to. So I want to hopefully inspire the students that when you work, please try to realize and visualize your chemistry or your work very well. So what he was doing, a student came to him and asked, what is the mechanism for reductive amination? So, he explains his Nobel lecture that he was very excited as a young faculty because, everything, the chemistry is very fresh in his mind. So he went on to the board and explained the mechanism of reductive amination, where this is well known that iminium forms and then the hydride attacks to reduce the iminium. Then suddenly he realized from this structure, can we use this to something different? And from there, the idea that came that, what about this? If we can have, this is completely new, this iminium catalysis, it was not known before. This is completely new. So what he thought, if we can have the iminium, of one alpha beta unsaturated compound, and then react these with any other system, any other counterpart, what would be the product? What would be the product? And in fact, he immediately asked one of his PhD student that to try one reaction, and the first reaction he selected was one Diels-Alder reaction. And of course, the catalyst which was known during that time is proline, and he just took the methyl ester of proline, and you can see the success was only 48%. The enantiomeric excess was only 48%. So the student was not happy because, almost always we do expect above 90% screen, or he went on to try different catalyst. And in the meantime, he developed new organocatalyst, which is popularly known as Macmillan's catalyst nowadays. And in fact, he achieved with one of these Macmillan's, of course, that is considered the first generation catalyst, 93% enantiomer excess, and that is something he published in 2000 in the Journal of American Chemical Society. And then of course, he had worked a lot, his group had worked a lot, and you can see the result here. Almost they have achieved any reaction asymmetrically. There is a series of reactions starting from Michael addition reaction to Mannich reactions, reductive Mannich reactions, then there are cascade reactions, cycloaddition reactions, then alkylation, Bellis-Hillman reaction. So many reactions it was possible to be performed enantioselectively. And then again, everybody asks that what is the use of your protocols? Because that is the very objective of Nobel when he proposed the Nobel Prizes, that it should be helpful to the common society. It should be helpful to an human being. And that is something he also has shown, that these processes can be utilized to synthesize chiral natural products. And these are drug molecules which are very, very essential for curing several drugs. And you can see that they have successfully executed these protocols to achieve various natural products. And during this time, starting from 2000, of course, looking at the utility of these protocols, looking at the utility of this organocatalyst, there was booming of organocatalysis. Several researchers all over the world, they started working in this field, and which is very obvious looking at the number of publications in the years starting from 2000 to 2020. So you can see how the number of publications exponentially increased in the following years in the field of organocatalysis. I was telling at the very beginning that these organocatalysis, they are very helpful. They are very advantageous. Why? Because I have just given the development discovery of different organocatalysts: quinine, DMAP, L-proline. Then there is Nobin, this atrope isomers. Then there is this ferrocin and Macmillan catalysis. Of course, there are so many hydrogen bonding catalysis, counter ion catalysis. So these catalysts are normal organic molecules. So when these are normal organic molecules, they are not sensitive. They can be performed, they can be executed in very normal reaction condition, even in presence of air and moisture. So it is very easy to adopt, to use these organocatalytic reactions. This is something very technical here, but I'll just give a little bit idea about different modes of activation, because in the following years, starting with organocatalysis, people try to divide the field into different modes. Of course, there is concept behind this division. So there is enamine catalysis by especially the credit goes to Benjamin List and Barbas. Then iminium catalysis, this credit goes to Jorgensen and Macmillan. Then there is SOMO catalysis. This is a special area. Mainly the contribution is from Macmillan. Then hydrogen bonding catalysis, this is again from Jacobsen, and counter ion catalysis by Macmillan and others. So this is something it was published in Nature 2008 by Macmillan about different modes of activation. But what is common in all these modes of activation are the organocatalysts you can see here. So it is just individually how these modes of activation has been used to successfully synthesize or perform different asymmetric organic reactions. Then we have enamine catalysis here. Individually, I have given iminium catalysis, different reactions, and you can see the contribution of other notable researchers during 2000 to 2010 by Jacobsen, Sriner, Takemoto, Wang, Rishi, and Nagasawa in development of different thiourea catalyst, which is used for hydrogen bonding catalysis. Then here again you can see the outcome of these catalysts in synthesizing different asymmetric reactions. This is SOMO catalysis by Macmillan, again alpha allylation, alpha enolation, alpha vinylation reactions, which are all possible in a very high enantiomeric excess following organocatalysis. Then this is something called Gold-Rosin organocatalysis in this 2000 to 2010, and you can see the contributions. I just named Haisi and Jorgensen. Haisi from Japan. They have a very specific catalyst, famously known as Haisi-Jorgensen catalyst. Then Barbas, even Macmillan and Benjamin List, they assume that if Barbas would be alive today, he would have shared the Nobel Prize with these two gentlemen. So that was his contribution to this field of organocatalysis. And then Maruoka, Miller, and then someone very special to me is Professor Petri Picco, because he's a very good friend of the Nobel laureate Benjamin List, and I was fortunate to have worked with Professor Petri Picco during my postdoctoral studies. And then there is contribution from India. We are not far behind the world. Several researchers, they have been working continuously and developing newer reactions in organocatalysis. So something here, this is about my contribution kind of with Petri Picco in this field of organocatalysis, and it was amazing to see the contribution or the appreciation by none other than the Nobel laureate in one of our work in Angewandte. So then, to summarize what this field is all about, this organocatalysis, after this was discovered, and especially the naming of this research area by Macmillan, the organocatalysis what organocatalysis is today and how it has been helpful in organic synthesis. So it has been found as a very nice and appropriate alternative to organometallic catalysis and enzyme catalysis. It has been, I would say sometimes it is at par with these two catalysis, or maybe a touch better than the earlier known catalysis. So these are the advantages. If we just see that organometallic catalysis, of course, there is a advantage to that is wide substrate scope. But then there is disadvantage that it is tedious process, because mostly this has to be performed in in inert atmosphere, and then there is this toxicity of the heavy metals. Then there is enzyme catalysis. Of course, the advantage is very selective and catalytic activity. But the problem is it has limited substrate scope. And then there is difficulty in understanding the enzyme catalysis. But then comes the organocatalysis, which by far is probably the best way of catalyzing a reaction because of its simple structure, its inexpensive, natural molecules, and intoxicity of this. So finally, I would like to end this talk because, of course, unless there is support from these agencies, from these institutes, I will have not my independent career. So I would like to thank NIT Rourkela for giving me the infrastructure where my research group is working. Then there are two different fundings, DST New Delhi and DST Odisha, for two special fundings to my research group. And then these are the group members. Of course, I would like to welcome all of you to NIT Rourkela at some point and visit our research group, visit NIT Rourkela. And thank you all. So finally, I want to end the talk with two points by Benjamin List. What it says, creating something beautiful. So that is excitation of someone, of a researcher, creating new molecules. And by Macmillan, what it says, where research lies, it is the stuff that should never work, which is where all the good stuff is. So all the creativity or discoveries, they lie at the difficulty, which we need to pursue and work hard for. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saul, your nice presentation. And in fact, we are fortunate to have a speaker like you, which is totally appropriate to India. Because you are exposed to the research of what doing. And also catalysts, many advantages that were told, and it's also extended a lot of applications in the synthesis of natural products actually we can use in the pharmaceutical field. And so it's good, and definitely we should explore our research in the midst of advantages and disadvantages to find out new things. Thank you again for your nice presentation, and definitely our students must learn something and inspired to explore things, to pursue research in organic chemistry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, the speaker is Professor Subrat Kumar Panda. He will talk on the Nobel laureates, the working of Nobel laureates in physics. And I request Dr. Amaris Mali to introduce the speaker.
Thank you, Professor Behra, and good afternoon to all of you. And I also welcome Dr. Panda for this Nobel Prize Seminar 2021. So on behalf of School of Chemistry and on behalf of School of Chemistry, it's my privilege to introduce Professor Subrat Kumar Panda. He is presently working as assistant professor at Department of Atmospheric Science, School of Earth Sciences, Central University of Rajasthan. And before taking the present job I think from 2016, he has worked for Integrated Climate System Modeling Lab at Department of Environmental Atmospheric Sciences, Kokyong National University, Busan, South Korea, for around 2 years from 2013 to 2014. And also, he was engaged as visiting research scientist at Hadley Center for Climate Prediction and Research, UK, during the year 2007 and 2008. And he earned his doctorate degree from IIT Delhi and MSc degree in physics from Sambalpur University. And he is also the recipient of MSc gold medalist for securing first position. And he has also received the Dilip Kumar Pati gold medal from Sambalpur University for the best PG regular student. And as his research work is concerned, it's led to many publications in peer review and international journals of high impact factors. His research area interest mainly focuses on regional climate modeling, Indian summer monsoon dynamics, and dynamics and variability, weather modeling on extreme severe weather events such as thunderstorm and lightning, changes of Indian summer monsoon and circulation features, snow and monsoon studies, and high performance computing. He has a good research background in regional climate modeling, dynamic and observational and model data analysis, and he very deeply and actively involved in examining the role of Eurasian snow cover on Indian summer monsoon. And so far, many PhD students, MSc students are working under his able guidance, and also many students at international levels are visiting his Department of Meteorology, the Atmospheric Science in Central University of Rajasthan. So with this short introduction, and as I hope he is also an alumni of Sambalpur University, I welcome Dr. Panda to deliver his talk. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, Professor Mohaling. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible?
yes,
Okay.
yes, Dr.
Thank you
Panda,
very much
are
for
audible.
your generous introduction. Okay. Thank you very much for your generous introduction. Thanks also to the organizers, especially Prabhada, Professor Behra, the head of the Department of Chemistry, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Mittal, Honorable Vice Chancellor of GM University Professor Nagaraju, the Registrar Dr. Sahu, my respected teachers from where I learned ABC of the physics from Sambalpur University in the year around 1996 to 1999, alumni of the Department of Physics. So I am very much honored and delighted to be a part of since 20-25 years, we are seeing the Department of Chemistry organizing such a good seminar. And I am very much happy that I can show you some of the Nobel laureate works. It may not be, I may not be cover all the works, but I can touch some of the fundamentals works where they have got the Nobel Prize. So thank you very much. So my screen is visible to you. Is it visible to you?
Yes, Dr. Panda.
Yes, it is.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. So in the year 2021, the Nobel Prize for the physics has been awarded to three professors: Professor Manabe, Professor Hesselman, and the Professor Parishi. Three professor has been awarded due to the complex physical systems. Okay, so we are going to understand what is that complex physical systems. Professor Manabe, Shukhe Manabe, and Professor Kailash Hasselman, they are basically awarded for the Earth system climate modeling. That is a complex physical system. They basically used for the Earth system. And that complex physical system from the Earth climate to a teeny scale complex and disordered system such as glass has been awarded to George Parsi. I'm not going to cover much about the Parsi, but I can cover the work of the Professor Manabe and Professor Hesselman. You can see from the background there is like a picture of the cyclone, because cyclone itself is a complex physical system. In our like Orissa, in the coast of East Coast, usually in the month of the October, November, December, we are basically facing such type of cyclone. But nowadays, our India-made departments has enough strength to predict such type of cyclones, because predicting a cyclone itself a very complex phenomena, because it is associated with a long interaction with the land, ocean, and also the sea ice part. I am going to cover. Next means the 2021 first, the Professor Manabe has been contributed for the physical modeling of the Earth climate. He has quantified the variability. He has quantified the reliable product of the global warming. So he born on Japan in 21 September in 1931. So at the time of the award, he was associated with the Princeton State University in USA. He has basically developed a simple model, and that model has been tested, firstly tested for the weather forecasting. And then the same thing has been extended or can be proved by a time series or temperature increasing time series graph, or that can be, you can call that is a fingerprint of the increasing of the mean surface temperature done by the Professor Hesselman. He was the founding director of the Max Planck Institute of Meteorology, Hamburg, Germany, when he was awarded. He born in Germany. He has also contributed for the physical modeling of the Earth climate. And in the third, Professor Farsi, he was awarded for the discovery of the interplay of the disorder or fluctuation in the physical system for the atomic to the planetary scale. So next we are going to learn what is a complex system. Basically, in terms of the layman language, as such there is no clear-cut definition. But by the Kunishio Kaneko, a physicist of the University of Tokyo, he roughly described whenever there is interlinking of the element that can show a chaotic or dynamic behavior, then we can call that is a complex system. You can see here there is a like 5 component. One is emergence, non-linearity, feedback, spontaneous offer, and the robustness of the central control. So all these are interconnected. If you can switch off or switch on to any of these components, that can behave erratically. Okay, so I can talk, or we can discuss in terms of the Earth global climate or Earth system. So in the Earth system, this feedback and non-linearity 2 component basically works. Feedback, there are a lot of feedbacks that can give a companion to the Earth climate. Okay, like the ocean part, land part, then the vertical structure of the atmosphere, different gases. So the examples of the such of the complex systems are Earth global climate, organisms, the human brain itself is a complex system, infrastructure such as power grid, transportation, communication, ecosystem, living cell, all are the complex system. But this complex system, we have to study its component, how they are interacting. The complex system focuses on how these component system interact with each other and then how they are behaving. Suppose in the Earth climate, the component that drives the atmosphere are the gases, solar radiation. So this is a schematic diagram of our Earth complex intercorrelated system. The Earth is a highly complex system. It is covered by the biosphere, atmosphere, lithosphere, the social economic systems also. As a result of intercorrelations, Earth can be interpreted as a complex or it can be a involved of the network. So you can see here, so there is the interactions of the volcanoes, there is the interaction of the atmospheric compositions. The atmosphere consists of a lot of greenhouse gases. So these components derive the atmosphere, air pressure, humidity, temperature, solar radiation. And also it depends upon the various physical fundamental physics laws, such as the fundamental forces, gas laws, the radiation laws. One small teeny changes or one particular changes in one location can have a tremendous change in the state of the atmosphere. That you can call petrophysics ensemble or PPE. If you can change a particular variable in a particular location, that can enhance a different type of erratic behavior of the atmospheric circulation. Suppose in my PhD period, we have did one experiment, like suppose there is a change in the Eurasian snow cover. Suppose if there is a more snow cover over Eurasia or Himalayan, it can affect to the rainfall over India. So this is one example how the Earth is a complex system. So this makes the atmosphere extremely hard to predict at times increase. Suppose whenever we are predicting 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, whenever the time has increased, it is harder to predict. The forecast of the weather up to 2 weeks is or beyond is very difficult. Okay, we are not in a position to give a such type of accurate forecast. Nowadays we are forecasting, but our long range means the 3 months, 4 months, 5 months forecast is not yet perfect because we don't have our own weather model or climate model. We are adopting earlier means the US or the Japanese model. We are taking some of their component and we are comparing our Indian scenario and we are giving such type of physical parametrizations or physical dynamics to their model. So this is whenever we are talking like a Earth system model, this is the components of the Earth system model ESM. So basically the 4 components, atmosphere, ocean, land and cryospheres integrated each other. So if you can see from the atmosphere, there is a global water cycle, global energy cycle, extreme weather, clouds, convection, atmospheric chemistry, means the different trace gases. So whenever you are coming to the plant, there is a hydrology part, geochemistry part, surface hydrology, the ocean part. So there is a mode of variability in the sea surface temperature, the mode of variability in the ocean currents, some of the by geochemistry of the salinity changes. So if the salinity changes, then there is an interaction with the land also. If the sea surface temperature is increasing, then it can enhance the circulation pattern, then the cyclone formation will also start. Okay, so there is a land ocean interaction. There is a land cryosphere interaction, ocean land interactions. They crisscross each other. The another important part is the snow part, cryosphere part, sea ice part, melting of the glaciers. Okay, so all these are intercorrelated, interconnected in a climate model. or Earth system model. Suppose whenever you are talking a Earth system model, first we have to understand the physical processes over any area of any time. Then you have to write the fundamental equations that govern the any atmospheric phenomena or atmospheric extreme weathers. Then the Professor Manabe, he basically works on the simple radiative equilibriums. This is his first paper in 1961, the radiative equilibrium and heat balances of the atmosphere. Basically, what is a heat balance? The incoming solar radiation, outgoing the radiation from the Earth, they balance each other. A radiative heat budget. The energy balance of our planet is maintained between the net incoming solar radiation, short-wave radiation, and outgoing long-wave radiation of the top of the atmosphere. According to the satellite observation, the global average value of the outgoing radiation should be 250 watt per meter squares. So if you are assuming the Earth is behaving like a black body, then the Stefan-Boltzmann law also tells about Earth effective temperature considered to be the equilibrium between the incoming and outgoing radiation. So we got a Earth effective temperature around -90 degrees centigrade. But the average temperature of the Earth on the surface to be in 15 degree, which is 34 degrees centigrade, higher than the effective temperature. This implies that the Earth's surface is warmer, and it could be the absence of the atmosphere as much than 34 degrees centigrade. So he built up a small model on the atmospheric process on the climate change. Then he has computed the different like energy fluxes with changing with the different gases, and he had computed the radiative equilibrium that can help for the understanding of the role of the radiative processes and the kind of the effect we can expect from the thermal processes. And then he can calculate it with a different latitude or longitude. Then after the calculation, then he suggested it can compare it to the observation. So this is his simple Manabe climate model. Whatever already I have talked about, means the incoming solar radiation and infrared heat radiation going from the surface of the Earth. Though the greenhouse gases are present in the atmosphere, a minor amount as a whole absorbs upward flux of the long wave radiation emitted by the Earth's surface of a major fraction. So whenever we are increasing the greenhouse gases, or whenever we are doubling or tripling or quadrupling of the content of the atmosphere, that has an effect in the rise in the temperature. That is nothing but the global warming. So he has done some of the sensitivity experiment with increasing of the doubling or quadrupling of the carbon dioxide. Simple, he has made a run with a simple carbon dioxide, then he has changed the content of the atmosphere with the carbon dioxide doubling, then tripling, then quadrupling, then he saw, and then he proved at the doubling of the carbon dioxide, the temperature of the atmosphere is increased by 2.3 degrees, which is the realistic distribution or accurate distribution, or the relative humidity increasing about 1.3 degree, or the relative distribution of the absolute humidity. He also tested with the relative and absolute humidity. Also, a five-fold increase in the stratospheric water vapor for the present value of air cause an increasing of the surface equilibrium temperature with a 2 degrees centigrade. So he proved in other ways also, means other contributions are giving the rising of the surface temperature that can be contributed for the global warming. So contribution of the Manabe, this pioneering model for the effect of the carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide. So in the year 1961, Moller and Manabe consolidated the effect of the radiation into numerical experiment in the general circulation of the atmosphere, that is called GCMs. I'll talk about the GCMs and RCM. So they simplified a scheme by computing the radiative temperature by changes of the earth. In 1967, Manabe and Waterland computed the radiative convective equilibrium of the atmosphere with a given distribution of the relative humidity by as in the state of a initial value problem, because this numerical weather prediction is nothing but a initial value problem. Then by Hesselman, Professor Hesselman, he is the founding director of the Max Planck Institute of Meteorology, also proved the identifying the fingerprint in the climate. Means he has also sworn whenever there is an intervention of the man-made activities, there is a change in the surface temperature, mean temperature. So he linked together with weather and climate by finding a way for the outstate of the rapid and chaotic nature of the weather. As our planet has a vast shift in weather or vast shift in the weather, because of there is a solar radiation is unevenly distributed both geographically and over the time. So for the sun rays to reach in a higher latitude than the lower one, not only but the earth also tilted with the seasonal distribution of the incoming radiation. These differences in the density between warmer and cooler can causes the transport of heat between the different latitudes, between the different oceans, between the different land, between a higher and lower air masses, which can drive the weather in our planet. And you can see this diagram. The black one is like the observation, the red one is the calculation of the effect of the natural and the human sources, and the below one is the calculation of the only the natural resources. So from the 19 to 2000, if you can see, if there is no intervention of the human resources, the temperature is flat one. So that's why whenever there is an intervention of the human resources with the natural one, it has compared with the observation. And see from 1990, or you can see after 1970, the temperature is increasing straight from around 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. So Professor Hesselman has pointed out this fingerprint to detect the climate change for this paper in 1967. So basically Professor Manabe and Professor Hesselman deal with the numerical weather prediction. What is this numerical weather prediction, or NWP? So in the left hand side you can see there are history of the numerical prediction. In 1985, a weather map has been developed by the Levinier in the same day. Earlier, the weather map can be developed with a synoptic chart. We can see from the weather map where the pressure, temperature, and variation, that we can map a particular variable. But nowadays, a lot of computation power has increased, so we are running the weather model or climate model for the prediction of the weather. In 1994, Bicherkin forecasted the fundamental, this is a fundamental initial value problem, because we are giving the initial value like the observation with, like the observatory with the daily satellite data, and then we can integrate for 2 or 3 days and we can see how the behavior of the atmosphere. In Richardson, in 1992, first made a forecasting by the solving the numerical solution, numerical weather equation. In the right hand side you can see this is his factory, weather Richardson factory. So he can hire some of the people, and he pointed out to a particular location, and then make some of the grids and calculate the different mathematical equations, solve for the mathematical equation for the next 2 or 3 days. So that's where he can calculate it or take all over the world and predict the weather. In 1995, when the Charney or von Neumann, they have already made an attempt in the numerical weather forecast. Then in 1960 or 70, also India had developed some of the, or taken out some of the numerical weather model to predict our Indian summer monsoon. So below is the schematic diagram of the weather observation. Then the pre-processing of the weather observation can be taken out with a synoptic model, the processing of that particular weather observation can taken out with a different type of weather model, like the global circulation model, major scale model, regional climate model, then the climate model, and then we are taking care of the processing of the data. So if you can imagine how much of data it is storing in a day, if you are calculating all over the globe, you have to see how many grids, and we are taking care of such type of grid in the different time state. So numerous of data can be like in a petaflop machines. We can simply integrate all over the world. So this is from the IPCC report. IPCC means Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. How the weather model has developed from 1970 to 2020. Okay, earlier days, whenever the scientists has encountered this weather problem, they are using the atmosphere, land surface, and ocean part up to mid-19. So in the 1960 or 2000 or 2007, they can include the carbon cycle, dynamic vegetation, atmospheric chemistry, aerosol part. And after 2007, it has drastically changed because they have added a lot of components to the weather model or the numerical climate model. Then the forecasting also improved afterwards. So whenever we are integrating all of the like atmosphere, land surface, ocean, aerosol, the carbon cycle, dynamic vegetation, chemistry part, then the enhancement of our weather model also feels good. Why I'm showing this? All these weather model from the different countries, they participated in the last 3 to 4 years, and they usually give a report called IPCC. This is the first assessment report, second assessment report, third assessment report, that is FAR, TARS, and AR forming assessment report 4, and recently in the last year AR6 has developed. And if you can see earlier, the model has integrated in a 121 kilometer foot, like 200 foot, 500 kilometer, 250 kilometer, 180 kilometer, 100. Recently we have downscaled it to 25, 30 kilometer in a global scale. Means the forecasting capacity has also evolved. Forecasting power has generously increased. We are now integrating our like major scale model up to 1 kilometer. At the end, I will show you one means work of our student. They have integrated into a 1 kilometer in Central University of Rajasthan. I will show that at the end. So what are the physical processes? Means the Manabe et al. Or Professor Hasselman, the basic principle in a general circulation model or regional climate model. It has a horizontal latitude longitude grid, and the vertical grid means the vertically in different level of the atmosphere. So if you are talking in a particular scale, like over a particular area, then you can take in account in a regional climate model. See, there in different grids. And if you are going for a global scale, you can run in a general circulation model. So the subgrid physical processes like a cloud, lightning, and thunderstorm cannot be run in a global circulation model. That can be taken on in a regional climate model or a major scale model. So that's why if you are refining such type of grid or going for a higher resolution of the grid, we have to refining our subgrid physical processes or different parametrization processes. So what a climate model basically, it is simply a representation or description of the mathematical fundamental equations that accounts for its own inherent properties, and then that can be used for the study of their characteristics. So in that climate, as you know, the climate is complex, different feedback processes are you can see there are the 5 fundamental equations: conservation of momentum, conservation of energy, the mass, the water, and the equation of state. From these we are calculating the fundamental temperature, pressure, density, specific humidity, gravity, and also the different constant. So we are applying this fundamental equation to the different grid all over the particular place, and we are calculating the future weather. Okay, these are also the fundamental equation, the primitive equation for the model. This slide I have taken from Professor Ashok from Central University of Hyderabad. So first equations is basically the the momentum equation. Second one is the continuity. First one can be forecast for the wind. Second one is the continuity equation. Third one is the forecasting for the temperature. Fourth one is the moisture forecast and the hydrostatic equation. So equation 1, A and B and third called the prognostic, because that the time, whenever the time changes, the forecast variables, the U wind, V wind, temperature and humidity are changing. The equation 2 and 3 or remaining variables are prognostic variable, because they are not calculated upon the time changes. So this is a simple temperature increase with the assessment of the sixth assessment of the report. Here you can clearly show that after 2000 there is a steady increase in the surface temperature, in the global surface temperature. And in the right hand side, whenever there is no intervention, if it is the natural changes, the temperature is flat. Whenever there is intervention in the humans, the temperature has changed. Also, the left hand diagram shows the different RCP scenarios or SSP scenarios. They have already run with the different climate model, and they have already shown whenever we are changing the fluxes in the surface, that is watt per meter square. So suppose 1.2, 2.4, 4.8. So these are the SSP, means these are the pathways where giving a change in the fluxes in the model, and then you can run for 200 or 250 years. So every tone of the carbon dioxide emissions can change to a global warming that can be depicted by the different model adopted from the Professor Manabe. And this is the emergence of the global climate model. This is the first attempt by the Professor Manabe in 1961. So he has taken a standard atmosphere in a simplified scheme, computed the radiative temperature change. Then he can show the effect of the long wave radiation by the water vapor, carbon dioxide, and the ozone, and also the observation of the solar radiation. To a certain degree, he showed whenever there is a equilibrium, radiative equilibrium, some of the typical characteristic of the stratospheric temperature and tropopause height variation. You can see in the standard atmosphere, the temperature has decreased and there is a clear-cut variation in the patch. But whenever there is a drop adiabatic lapse, that is 6 degrees centigrade, as such there is no means in the patch. The tropopause is much cooler than the observed and lower, owing to the neglecting to the dry and moist convection. They indicate also the lower tropopause is due to the lack of the moisture in the height. So he has taken out this model with the numerical and experiment with the general circulation in 1961. Then in 1960, with the sticker, he has done with some of the sensitivity experiment with the one-dimensional model. Nowadays, we are getting the three-dimensional model. So earlier days, they used to do with the one-dimensional radiative model. That included the effective not only in the radiative transport, but also for the convective restoration of the neutral and the vertical temperature gradient due to the convection. So first diagram, it is clearly shown the vertical temperature profile of the global mean temperature over, like in the x-axis the temperature and the y-axis like the pressure or height. The equilibrium state has approached through a long-term integration of the convective model. The heat balances of the convective tropopause is maintained between the convective heating. So one is the like US standard atmosphere, another was the thermal or equilibrium. So he can then evaluate the response of this model with changes of the atmospheric gases like carbon dioxide concentration of the different gases, and he performed some of the numerical experiment. In the right hand side, you can see he can change the carbon dioxide to 100 ppmb, 200 ppmb, 500 ppmb. Then it can illustrate it, or he can show the equilibrium of the temperature of the atmosphere to the normal, half of the normal, and the thrice of the normal. In response to the doubling of the atmospheric carbon dioxide from the normal to the thrice of the concentration, the equilibrium surface temperature has increased from the normal. So then he can, whenever he has adapted or we can develop one of the simple model, then he can correlate with the ocean. Then he can couple with the atmosphere ocean and call this is a atmosphere ocean coupled model. So without the coupling of the ocean, you cannot be a good forecast. So in the schematic diagram, you can see there are the turbulent fluxes, water vapor, radiative transfer, they are equally contributed for the ocean part. The coupled model basically consists of a atmospheric general circulation model and a oceanic general circulation model. The atmospheric components has a seasonal variation in the insolation, predicted cloud cover, and also the relative humidity. So atmospheric and ocean component interact, or they can talk each other whenever we are integrating for 2 or 3 days. So suppose we are running the land part, he can give out the temperature, he can give out the some of the variable, then that variable can be taken out or taken account in the ocean part. Means usually in our like the modeling part, we can talk, they can talk each other, atmosphere and ocean. They can interact each other with the exchange of heat, water, momentum, as illustrated in the schematic figure. So the rate of the increase of the carbon dioxide concentration may be increased in the 1% of the temperature of the year. So already I have explained, and this is also clear-cut means slide of the Professor also from Central University of Hyderabad. He has the Nobel model, and if you can see from the figure 4, the land and ocean part he has clearly illustrated in his model. The high latitude, in that model also he has clearly mentioned the high latitude temperature increase is due to the recession of the snow and the sea ice, also the high albedo. Whenever the snow part is melting or the sea ice part is melting, the high latitude temperature is increasing. So doubling of the carbon dioxide not also increase the hydrological cycle also, because hydrological cycle is also a component part of the Earth system modeling. This is due to the warming of the troposphere and consequent increase in the absolute humidity and other parameter. Then Hasselmann take this model and also the increase of the temperature, and he can link the weather and climate by finding a way to the chaotic nature of the weather changes. So Hasselmann he can give an approach to this weather model reproducing the same signal or natural variability with some fingerprint or special signature of the carbon dioxide from the observational record. So as you know already, I've explained the whenever there is an intervention of the like the human intervention, that can lead to the attribution of the large scale changes. Not only it has changes in the temperature, but it can changes in the circulation, rainfall patterns also.
Sir, 2 minutes.
Okay. Then he can approach to the some of the climate model. So many 2 or 3 slides left. So then he can approach to the some of the climate models. Basically the stochastic climate model to forecast for the climate variability. In the last, the Professor Georgi, he has basically awarded for the physical system, complete physical system. His discovery related to the random phenomena or hidden rules that can consider to the most important contribution for the complex system. So whenever the particular gas are cooled down to press together, the liquid proceeds then into a solid. So if the changes are rapidly changing, the irregular pattern also form. But the Professor Jersey pointed out there is a hidden structure inside that changes, and he has found a path, a way to describe mathematically to show that complex disorder system. Because I am not much acquainted with this, so I am not going to cover this part. So this is all about the Professor Manabe, Professor Hasselmann, and Professor Georgi's work. Last slide, it is developed by our 3 MSc students, not PhD scholars, because this weather warning, we have running a major scale model with a WRF. With last in the January, we have a lot of rainfall activity occurred in the Rajasthan, and this student has run the model for 4 days over at Central University of Rajasthan, and we have also compared with the observation this model also getting temperature and rainfall very much accurately with our India Met department. Thank you very much for your time and given me a opportunity to talk about the Nobel Prize of the Physics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Subodh Kumar Panda. Actually, the first time the climatologists have been given the award for their work. Actually, a lot of complex systems and a lot of mathematics are involved. So many parameters are taken into account, but though complex, it has a lot of implications, social implications that we can for weather forecast, and therefore we can save ourselves from the disastrous that is when the cyclone is coming or a storm is coming. So it is very important, vital research and also tremendous applications in the society. So thank you for your nice presentation of the global works in physics, and you are, I think, appropriate person to deliver this lecture. And once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I thank for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So the last talk of this seminar, after storming lectures, we need peace. So the next speaker is Professor S.R. Mahapatra, who will talk on peace. So I request Ms. Lipika Merdha to introduce Professor Mahapatra. Professor Mahapatra, you are present?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Welcome you. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So good afternoon to all. It's my honor to introduce speaker Professor Sudhanshu R. Mahapatra, who will give talk on works of Nobel Prize winner in Peace 2021. So Professor Mahapatra is currently acting as Dean, Law College, Sambalpur University, and Warden, Sambalpur University. He has completed his MS in Law from Nobel University, Odisha, and worked as a lecturer in Dhanagar Law College from 1993 to 2013. And he did his PhD from Sambalpur University. His thesis was highly acclaimed by Alabama University, USA. Thereafter, he joined as associate professor in Debrugad University and elevated to the position of director, Center for Judicial Studies in Sambalpur, same department. Subsequently, joined as a professor in PG Department of Law, Sambalpur University. Through his credit, 70 articles in different national and international journals, and he has undertaken many research projects. With this short introduction, I would like to request Professor Mahapatra to start his talk.
Thank you very much, Lipika ji.
Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here on the occasion of this Nobel seminar organized by the Department of Chemistry. The president of this meeting, Professor Ajay Vera, and the members of his secretariat, I mean the Nobel Committee, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sambalpur University, respected Registrar Dr. Sahu, President, PG Council, all the dear faculty members of the Physics Chemistry Department, the students, other colleagues of the university. It is indeed a pleasure to be in your midst once again here on this occasion, because I have correctly remembered last year you also invited me to deliver this peace talk. So for the chemistry department, I must have a special word of thanks that this is a best practice as is narrated by Professor Ajay Vera in the morning, that it is being continued for the last 2.5 decades. So continuing this program with 2.5 decades is not a small thing. Therefore, the entire team members of the chemistry department deserves a special word of thanks for their endeavor to continue this program. So thank you very much. Has been awarded jointly to Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov. Maria Ressa is from Philippines and Dmitry Muratov from Russia. So Nobel Peace Prize is awarded annually since 1901 to those who have done the most or the best work for fraternity between nations, for the abolition or reduction of standing armies, and for the holding and promotion of peace congresses. And this Nobel Prize is one of the 5 Nobel Prizes established by the will of Swadeshi armament manufacturer, inventor, industrialist Alfred Nobel. This Nobel Prize is also not free from controversy, as in the morning being told by someone else that is also shrouded in controversy. And this Nobel Prize, according to the will of Nobel, is awarded to the person who in the preceding years have done the most or the best work for promotion of and development of fraternity between the nations. Though Nobel died in the year 1896, it is still not known as to why he chose peace as a prize category, being a trained chemical engineer. Therefore, it is still less clear. But the fact is that the chairman of the Norwegian Nobel Committee presents the Nobel Peace Prize in the presence of the King of Norway and the Norwegian royal family on 10th December each year. And the Peace Prize is the only prize, is the only Nobel Prize not presented in Stockholm. It is presented in Oslo in the Faculty of Law. The Nobel laureate receives a diploma, a medal, and a document confirming the prize amount. So most recently, as I've already told, it has been awarded to Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov for their efforts to safeguard the freedom of expression, which is a precondition for democracy and lasting peace. They both received the Nobel Peace Prize for their courageous fight for freedom of expressions in Philippines as well as in Russia. The Nobel Committee is of the opinion that the two are the representatives of all journalists who stand up for this ideal in a world in which democracy and freedom of the press face increasingly adverse conditions. It is said freedom of speech and expression and freedom of information help to ensure an informed public citizenry. So these rights are crucial, therefore prerequisites for democracy and protect against war and the conflict. So coming to Maria Ressa was born in Philippines and finished his education in the United States. He is an investigative journalist who subsequently co-founded a digital platform media called Rappler for this investigating journalism, which he is also continuing till date. And the important function the Rappler perform nowadays is his focused critical attention on President Rodriguez, his regime and his regime's controversial corruption and murderous anti-drug campaign. Maria Ressa has also published a book entitled Seeds of Terror, an eyewitness account of Al-Qaeda's newest center and from Bin Laden to Facebook, 10 days of abduction and 10 years of terrorism. So it is said that both Resa and his organization documented, showcased how social media is being used to spread fake news, harass political opponents, and manipulate the public discourse in the country. And a report, a French report of a French NGO, Reports Without Border, who prepares this World Press Freedom Index, quoted in the year 2016 that when the President Rodrigo took over as the President of the country and President of Philippines, there came a direct threat to Maria Ressa that, you see, just because you are a journalist, you are not exempted from assassination, even if you are the son of a witch. Freedom of speech and expression cannot help you if you have done something wrong. Similarly, Dmitry Muratov, his contribution spanning over a period of decades, defended freedom of speech in Russia under the increasingly challenging conditions of the regime of Vladimir Putin. Russia also has ranked 150 in the Reports Without Borders to 2021 World Freedom Index. The Core Nobel Committee, calling it a stifling atmosphere for independent journalists and praising RSF, said that Russia has draconian laws, website blocking, internet courts, and leading news outlets reined in or throttled out of existence. Muratov left Prabodha, a newspaper, and started Novaja Gazette in 1993 as one of its founder. And still he is serving as the editor-in-chief of that since 1995. And both the journalists, Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov, will receive the Nobel Prize ceremony. Both of them were of the opinion that they were almost blocked from attending to receive the Nobel Prize because of the travel restrictions related to legal cases finding against Maria Ressa as well as Gamatrap in Philippines and Russia also. So Muratov, the editor-in-chief of that Novaya Gazeta, who shared the Nobel Peace Prize 2021 with Russia, is described as one of the most prominent defenders of freedom of speech in Russia today. And the newspaper is one of the most independent newspaper today with a fundamentally critical attitude towards the power. As a result of which both the laureates had been the object of ridicule, harassment, threats, and violence they face today. Ressa, in response to receiving her prize, said, I quote, that without facts, you cannot have truth. Without truth, you cannot have trust. Without trust, you have no shared reality, no democracy. And it becomes impossible to deal with our world's existential problems, like climate, like coronavirus, the battle for truth, etc., etc. And our greatest need today is to transfer that hate and violence, the toxic sludge that is coursing through our information ecosystem, prioritized by the American internet companies that make more money by spreading that hate and triggering the worst in United States, I unquote. Therefore, because of our work, Rappler was praised for documenting how in Philippines social media is used to spread fake news, harass opponents, and manipulate public discourse also. Therefore, she called for a legislation to hold media companies to account and for greater overseas development assistance funds to be given to the media in the global so that journalists can contribute immensely for the cause of democracy. That is what was the appeal. Similarly, Muratov condemned the militaristic propaganda promoted by the state-owned media in his country and made a grim warning of the possibility of war between Russia and the Ukraine. In his words, I quote, "In the heads of some crazy geopoliticians, a war between Russia and Ukraine is not something impossible any longer. But I know that wars end with identifying soldiers and exchanging prisoners. And Moscow has provoked alarm by amassing troops and weapons near Ukraine's border." And describing journalists as an antidote against tyranny, Muratov added, "Yes, we growl and we bite. Yes, we have sharp teeth and a strong grip, but we are the prerequisite for progress," I unquote. In this connection, I am reminded of the words of Nani Palikiwala. Nani Palikiwala is a celebrated Indian lawyer who was of the opinion that journalism is not a business. It's a profession, and a professional should be ready to accept the standard. History is full of eminent journalists, and they are real threat to connect the society and shaping the media also. Aina Suhalo and Marku Bharis in a textbook named The Principles of Journalistic Work has well described the role of a journalist as, I quote, that you are a reporter, not a star. You are a servant of the people, not a ruler. You are a seeker of knowledge, not its guardian. You know people, but you are not everyone's friend. You are there, but not to see. You are a shadow. You are present, but you are not the object of the piece of news. Not the one something is happening to you. You are not the protagonist of the news article. You do a profession which is a mundane work. You are a professional according to whose information the majority of us construct our worldview, I unquote. Therefore, my dear friends, freedom of speech and expression, including the freedom of the press, is a sine qua non of a democracy. It's a sacred right. It's a sacrosanct right. A pious right also, which when made a dent into it, makes the right upon makes an individual as good as almost half dead. So the rights are so precious, so important that one cannot cage it. One cannot cabin it. So also it cannot be compartmentalized. No amount of political rhetoric for that matter and no majoritarian voice can strangulate it, can throttle it. Because, why I say so? Because once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of the opposition, silencing the voice of the people, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures, until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. Therefore, on the other day, we have correctly remembered when the Editors Guild of India taking this Pegasus issue and shocked by the media report and what happened in the Indian Parliament, the pandemonium on the other day, I think you all have witnessed to that, and the widespread surveillance allegedly mounted by the government agencies on the journalists, on the civil society activists, businessmen, the politicians, using a hacking software known as the Pegasus software, created and developed by the Israeli software company NSO. The reports which have been published worldwide over the last few days by a consortium of 17 publications pointed towards surveillance by multiple governments across the world. Though the NSO claims that it only sells this software to governments and clients vetted by the government of Israel, it depends the suspicion of involvement of different government agencies in snooping on its own citizens. Then how is it possible that our own citizens will be snooped? Then what is the value of this freedom of speech and expression? This freedom of this press. We understand that while some of the instances of surveillance might have been targeted against those who may be seen as credible national security threat, but what is disturbing, in fact, is that a large of such targets was journalists and the civil society activists. This is to be criticized with the strongest possible words. This is a brazen and unconstitutional attack on the freedom of speech and the press. And this act of snooping undoubtedly conveys that journalism and political dissent are now equated with terror. After all, how can a constitutional democracy survive if the governments do not make an effort to protect the freedom of speech and allow surveillance with such impunity? Therefore, when on the other day, the Pegasus issue reached before the Supreme Court, the matter landed before the Supreme Court, while delivering its observation as of the opinion, I am reminded of the Supreme Court judgment which started with a George Orwellian 1984 quote, I quote, that if you want to keep a secret, you must also hide it from yourself. The court said that read petitions raise an Orwellian concern about the alleged possibility of utilizing the modern technology to hear what you hear, to see what you see, and to know what you know. While doing so, the court was very categorical on that day. The court said that we are very clear that our effort is to uphold the constitutional aspirations and the rule of law, nothing else, without allowing ourselves to be consumed in the political rhetoric. The court was also very much aware and expressed that what we call the Frankfurterian concept of entering into a political thicket. They're very conscious of not entering into a political thicket while dealing with the matter, especially this Pegasus issue. However, the court came with a caution that under no circumstances it will be covered from protecting all from the abuses of fundamental rights. Because this is now the only institution, my dear friend, I wish to say that the apex court, the Supreme Court of the country, if we speak from Indian context, the only you can say the last ray of hope so far as the protection of the fundamental rights of the citizens and the press is concerned. Because we live in an era of information revolution, where the entire lives of the individuals are stored in the cloud or in a what we call in a digital dossier. And we must recognize that while technology is a useful tool for improving the lives of the people, at the same time, it can also be used to breach that sacred private space of an individual. Sacred private space of an individual. So surveillance and when you talk about surveillance, that someone you are under the scanner of an authoritarian institution and under the threat of being spied. You just imagine its effect. Just imagine its effect. Such a scenario, therefore, might result in a self-censorship. And it carries much importance when it relates to the freedom of the press, which is an important pillar of democracy. And such chilling effect on the freedom of speech is definitely an assault on the vital public watchdog roles of the press, which may undermine the ability of the press to provide accurate and reliable information. Therefore, it is called the fourth pillar of democracy. Therefore, any restriction on the freedom of speech affects the very essence of democracy. But unfortunately, sometimes what happens, forgetting the representative role and being the voice of the people, the news, the posts, the statements are manipulated and sensationalized with an element of falsity to maximize viewership and for profit, which nowadays some say it is attention economy. As a result of which the wrong, biased and unfair news reporting sometimes diverts the attention of the people from important issues also. In the Pegasus issue also, the court on the other day ordered for the constitution of an independent expert committee led by a former Supreme Court judge to investigate the allegations of snooping of journalists especially and activists using Pegasus spyware, thereby expressly rejecting the views of the government or the views of the argument of national security. The court, while doing so, constituting this or giving direction for constitution of this independent expert committee, the court was of the opinion that the respondent Union of India may decline to provide the information when constitutional considerations exist, such as those pertaining to the security of the state. But that doesn't mean that the state gets a free pass every time the specter of national security is raised. Therefore, national security cannot be the bugbear that the judiciary shies away from by virtue of its mere mentioning. Although the court was very categorical once again, saying that court will definitely be introspect in encroaching the domain of national security. But at the same time, the court will also be not unmindful of the very basic, the very sacred rights of the citizens of the country, that means freedom of speech and expression, as well as the freedom of the press also. The order of the court on the other day is also notable for acknowledgement of the importance of protecting the journalistic sources. Protection of journalistic sources, which is also the court said very most important issue, and cautioned that the state force should not be employed to browbeat the journalist. State force should never be used to either browbeat a political opinion or journalist suffer the consequences of what is already in a public domain. Rather, suggested that the differences, if any, in perceptions must be expressed in a better language. Must be expressed in a better language. Because in a democratic country governed by rule of law, indiscriminate spying on individual cannot be allowed except with sufficient statutory safeguards, which we in the legal parlance call it procedure established by law under the Constitution. Because the individuals, they enjoy their dignity. And the surveillance once made, the surveillance, the spying, the snooping, whatever you say, will have a chilling effect on the freedom of the press. Therefore, protection of these journalistic sources is one of the basic conditions for the freedom of the press also. Because we know, and I think you all will agree with me, that like the legal profession, or like as we say, the legal profession is a noble profession. Similarly, the journalism profession is also an extremely satisfying profession to pursue. It is as noble and is an integral part of, or an integral pillar of democracy also. Like the legal professionals, a journalist also needs to have a strong moral fiber and moral compass also. Therefore, the freedom of the press is a valuable and sacred right enshrined in our constitution, so also in many other constitutions. And without such a freedom, there cannot be any discussion, there cannot be any debate that is essential for the growth of a democracy. There can be no flow of information that the public requires and that a democracy demands also. Because nowadays, everything is subject to reporting. Every moment is available to the scrutiny of thousands and thousands of people. As things get reported 24/7, which places an enormous pressure not only on the person or professional being reported about, but also on the journalist doing the reporting. We understand this leads to incorrect reporting sometime. The social media amplifies that incorrect news in a matter of seconds. And once it is published, it is difficult to take it back. Unlike the print and the electronic media, unfortunately, it is almost impossible to hold the social media platforms such as YouTube and others accountable even after they host most derogatory and defamatory stuff which are potential to ruin the careers and the lives. So under such circumstances, the media professionals will have to be will have to voluntarily come forward, rather with a solution for such a menace. And my request to all of the journalist friends present here on this occasion to follow at least the principle of natural justice. The principle of natural justice before making adverse comments against someone who is not in a position to defend himself, thereby protecting, thereby complying to the principle of journalistic ethics. We know we have our likes and dislikes, but when we are doing news, when we are doing the front page news, not the back page, but when doing with the daily news covering politics, it is our bounden responsibility, bounden duty to be sure that we do not permit our prejudices to reveal. That is simply basic journalism. In the hope of grabbing the eyeballs, the headlines that are given for news reports are catchy but misleading. Headline is often unreflective of the actual content of the reports. It is interpretative and imaginary. Headlines are then shared widely on social media and become the news. In the meantime, the content is forgotten. In the meantime, it is forgotten. Therefore, though we understand and empathize with the pressures the journalists are operating under, they should not be swayed away with a phrase that is most popular now in the news media trial. Therefore, I say about this journalistic ethics. Journalistic ethics. Because in a democratic country governed by rule of law, indiscriminate spying on individuals can under no circumstances be allowed except with sufficient statutory safeguards. That is what we call the procedure established by the law. So, before I conclude, I must say that as 2022 has onset, we all should take a New Year resolution, and the resolution should be that we all should support for the cause of the journalists in their endeavor, so that they will be more active, set their own agenda and provide trustworthy journalism. While others commoditize information, they will at least be in a position to seek to democratize it. And greater number of people can keep track of the global events, what is happening around us, understand their impact, and become inspired to take a meaningful action, and will be a party to contribute generously for creating an India wherein the very objective of the former Prime Minister, that on the other day he said while moving the resolution, objective resolution, that will be translated into reality. Thank you very much. Om Dev Shanti Antarikhyah Shanti Prithvi Shanti Rapah Shanti शांति औषधेय शांति वनस्पतय शांति शांतिर्विश्व देवा शांति ब्रह्म शांति सर्वं शांति अंतरिक्ष शांति सामा शांतिरेधि ओम शांति शांति शांति. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to be on this for a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, Professor S.R. Mahapatra, for your nice presentation of the Nobel work on peace of Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov. And basically, you have highlighted that they have actually done work on protection of the freedom of speech. That's very essential, and the country wants desires to develop. That is, freedom of speech to be given. And basically, you highlighted the freedom of speech of the journalists. That is very essential, and because journalists are very helpful for the growth and prosperity of the country, and as a whole, the growth of the globe. So very nice talk, and last sloka that you have chanted, Shanti, Om Shanti. So really, we have received the peace, and we expect that there will be a perpetual peace in the globe. With this, I may request Dr. P.K. Sahu, Organizing Secretary, to offer formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, my President Chemistry Seminar, for your kind support, inspiration to organize this Nobel Prize Seminar 2021 successfully. But I would not like to forget the year 1995, Nobel Prize Seminar started with the brainchild of Professor Nobel sir. And at that time I was a master student in my second year and was quite active in organizing the Nobel Prize, first Nobel Prize seminar in the year 1995. With the kind cooperation and inspiration from other faculty members like Professor Ashutosh Naik, Professor Vikas sir, Professor Vijay Mitra sir, Professor Ashok Panda sir, Professor Antarjani Panda sir, and Professor P.K. Vera sir, and also of course Professor Amitabh Mahapatra sir, and all other non-teaching staffs. But at this outset, I would like to say on this organizing this Nobel Prize Seminar 2021 on the 22nd January today, 2022, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the resource persons of the inaugural functions, our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sandeep Mittal sir, Honorable Chairman PG Council, Professor Sanjay Sahu sir, and Honorable Registrar, esteemed Registrar of our university, Dr. Nupuraj Sahu sir, and also without hope, Nobel Prize Seminar 2021 may not be successful, and that is not of that those are the people, resource persons for the technical sessions. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all the resource persons for their consent and timely presentation on this seminar and their valuable time, sparing their valuable times for us to make this seminar a grand success, especially Professor Nagaraju sir, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gangadhar Nehru University. In spite of the busy schedule, he has given consent and spared his time to present his talk. And along with him, I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Ravinarayan Sahu, M.S. Bhubaneswar, Professor Mahanti, Utpal University, Professor Bhubaneswar Sahu from NIT Rourkela, Professor Subrat Kumar Panda from Central University Rajasthan, and also Professor S.R. Mahapatra from my own university. And at the same time, I would also like to extend my thanks to Dr. Chandrasekhar Panda, Director E-Governance, and his team to provide us all the support to arrange all the virtual mode of Nobel Prize Seminar 2021 to make successful. Without whom it may not be even interact with my dear students and also our alumni and all the well-wishers those who have attended and participated in this Nobel Prize Seminar 2021. I am thankful to them for their kind cooperation, although time is running out of our hand. For all of those sparing time, I am thankful to them. And at last but not the least, I would like to thank my president, my head of the department for their inspiration and support, and of course, my dear colleagues and my non-teaching staff and my research scholar from my own research group, without whom this Nobel Prize Seminar may not be a grand success. And at last but not the least, I would like to thank all of you. Thank you all for your kind support, consent, cooperation, and inspiration. And hope we'll continue the same in next year onwards. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhat Babu. Thank you so much. I am present all along. Thank you so much. It was a nice seminar. Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Now the seminar
Thank you.
is over.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.